I have had a very productive morning. Kind of, not really. I woke up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and then I didn't do anything until like half an hour ago. I had a shower. So you gotta be proud of me for that one. And I paid for a commission. It's a very exciting commission, and I'm very excited for it. It's going to be expensive, because I think with it. No, that was last night. I was watching the clip last night. But I think the commission is going to be a lot, because I think I'm gonna get a new avatar for it in a different pose and everything. Well, Art of Gand or my cute little magician's outfit, it is one of those things, I'll give you that much. You guessed right with one of them. I'm very excited. I found someone to design the outfit for me. And I have confirmed the commission. I have paid them. So now I just have to wait. It's not NSFW. It is not NSFW. Hi, Crispy. Hi, Crispy. Hi. 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 I appreciate you. Hi. Hi. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I'm excited to have that outfit because I think it would be adorable, and you know, it's gonna make me want my character's outfits in real life even more. Oh. But it's not NSFW. Xenius, you conceded. You conceded that it wasn't blued. You conceded that. It was you. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fine. You never did that, did you? Oh, well then. I guess. Anyway, so I've got a lot of plans for the future. Future art, I mean, that I'm going to buy. Because I need, at the very least, I need to get a, thumbnail for your Dore Shirazu. I don't know why I said it like that, but I did. Because I love that art so much, and I am willing to pay for someone to draw that for me. Under oath in Japanifornia's witness stand. But the witnesses lie there a lot, man. I'm not sure I'd trust you if you're under oath there. So I'm going to get an official reference sheet for my character, so it's easier for people to draw them, because people get things wrong about my character a lot. I have to point out my underdye a lot, so it's gonna be good to have an official reference sheet with that. And I found someone who has a decent amount of things on the reference sheet for the price that they're offering. So I'm excited to get that. I just want to wait until I have this outfit done so that I can get like a reference of both outfits on the one sheet, because that's something that you can do with them. People get my under dye wrong. People I am not NSFW. I am the least sexily dressed character you've ever seen in your life. I am very modest, I'll have you know. People like forget the ribbons and they get the colours wrong on the jacket, despite my colour palette existing. Okay. Look, just because the things that I say do not reflect the way my character looks, that has nothing to do with art people do with me though. And I'm gonna buy a new avatar. So I'm gonna Oh, I need to contact my current PNG artist. I need to ask them about that. Because like, they're just, okay, so they're very busy. They've got a lot of commissions that they're doing at the moment, so I don't want to like bother them too much and ask too many questions, because they have a backlog. And they're going to be busy all throughout the fucking month at this rate. So I don't want to bother them too much. So I'll probably contact them later, maybe when they've finished more of the stuff on their queue, or when they open commissions again. I don't know. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. I don't think I have anything else I want to tell you about. I might be going to see Tim Minchin on the weekend, because I bought my parents' tickets and my dad doesn't think he can go. So, I might go with my mother instead. Which is upsetting, because I bought it for them to go together as like a Christmas present sort of thing. But, you know, things happen, I guess. Yeah, I really don't have anything to like talk to you guys about. I wish I did. I wish I had like more eventful, more things to discuss with you in these like random stretches of time that I allocate to like warm you guys up, you know. But it's fine. It's fine. I don't need it or anything. It's fine that it's just that things go well for me, I guess. Things go smoothly and I don't exactly have anything that I need to discuss. Anywho, we have apologies to get back to. I would like to play some apologies. I would like that very much. So let's get the fuck into it. What the fuck happened to my voice? Why did I start doing that? Don't question anything that I do, please, because even I don't know the answer to half the things that I do. I think I might be tired or delusional. I've been awake for like 3 hours and I feel tired, so who knows? Maybe it's that. Ooh. This stream will take us over into the 100 hours of playtime in Apollo Justice Trilogy. Are you excited? I'm excited. I'm very excited. I love this game. I love this franchise. Oh. It's good. It's a good game. It's such a good game. Look, I never said I wasn't lewd in the brain. I mean, have you seen my favorite anime? Like, I did a whole presentation on that shit. You should know this about me by now. And if you don't, hi. Welcome on in. Glad you could join us today. There is a reason that I deem this stream 18 plus. Alright, what do you got going on, huh?
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10.
I feel like I know that voice actor. Jesus, Dad. No, do you think he did it? Oh, no, if he did, then what do we do? Hey, pull yourself together. Don't worry, I have an idea. But yes, things like how my favorite character is Why Dan Oji-san. He is one of my favorites. I think my absolute favorite is Shinji. I love Shinji. I love him so much. I want him to be happy forever and ever and ever, and I want him to smile, and I want him to eat rice, and I want him to have a wonderful time with his friends, and I want him to fall in love, and I want him to have a very good life. But Why Dan also exists, and every time I think about him, the knee-jerk reaction is to kick him where it hurts. And then I think about him more, and my day is very different from then on. Hi, Moopai. 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 Hi. What the heck? Who brings a defendant to his own trial late? Plus, the request was so last minute I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client. He's late for a very important date. My name is Athena Psychus. Armed with my analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how, I'm a fully competent defender of the Right Anything Agency. Though I wish my client would show up already. The trial's about to start. It appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? The trial is about to start, Simon. Hi, dude. You know, I'm excited for this, actually. I'm excited for this, Blackwell. I'm excited for this. You know, I've missed you. I've had to hang out with Sad Marty, and I didn't realize how good I fucking had it. I didn't realize how good I had it with you, and now now I'm with some other guy, and he's nowhere as good as you, Blackwell. Can't you just be the prosecutor for the next 2 cases? Pretty please. I don't want to have to deal with Sad Marty. Oh, what do you mean no? Oh, fine. I'll just appreciate the time that I have with you, Simon. You needn't get so worked up, Athena. His boldness can wait. There's no way he'd wait for me! And besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, covering for your own lateness is not. Still, what a rank amateur, I see. This is Simon Blackwell. He might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. So why is Blackwell here? I don't know, man. We just got into it and he's just shown up, and I'm happy that he's here. And then I get to compare him to Sadmati directly while they're in the same room, like a disappointed parent. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak, but he's kind of my senior, I guess. But, twist his sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time. It's because he cares about you. So, we're a right dono and justice dono. Mr. Wright is abroad and Apollo is helping Tracy with her magic show. Didn't I tell you? They're what? So neither one of them is here, leaving you to take this alone. What? Moopai, what do you mean you want him to stop looking at the camera like that? What's wrong? What's wrong with that? He looks fine. He's fine. Yep. God. Call Right Dono back. It's not too late. Oh, no, not too late at all. He would only need to know how to teleport. Very well. Then I will settle for justice Dono. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here. Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave it to me and go watch from the gallery. As your defense derails in spectacular fashion. No, as I win the heck out of this case. I'll be okay, promise. So, wipe that look off your face already. Will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is... Yes, he's your... He's asleep again. Wait, Buck, wake up. Yeah. Oh, whoa. What did you do Dad for, Simey? It's just yellow chickadee. She's your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however. Lawyer? She sure doesn't look it, does she? Is she like your fellow apprentice or something? Something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say we're bound to one another. Okay. Well then, guess I better call her Ms. Dickety then. Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial. I know, we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind. Do as you will. Just save it for after the trial. Miss Chickadee, don't call me that! did you do? Siamese, an older friend of mine. I'm the 4th generation at Sheffield wheat soba. Wheat noodle number 4, Bucky Wheat. Nice to meet ya. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wheat. So he can pull himself together when he wants to. Oh, the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. Having been accused of a murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taken a toll on the poor boy. And you happened to be there at the theatre where it all happened too, right? They said they found a Rakugo storyteller murdered in the dressing room? Indeed. The victim, Master Storyteller Typhoon Tornado, was a long-time patron of wheat soba. Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky since wheat noodle number 3 passed away. I see. So the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh? That stupid little fart, like a father. No way. He was always dishing my super. How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of murder in the first place. Now pull yourself together. Number 3 must be rolling in his grave. But Simey, please, nobody believes me. Don't listen to me. It looks like he's still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wheat. Wait, everything's gonna be alright. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now. You mean, you believe me, ma'am? Of course! No matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Gee whiz, Miss Chickadee. Now, come on. I need you to shape up, just like you did, like those al dente noodles of yours. Yes, ma'am. My sober is fresh as eel. Mr. Wheat? Bucky, you great pillock. So, how exactly do you know this guy? I used to frequent wheat soba, and still do, in fact. So I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tornado were always so good to me. I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon. I wouldn't expect one such as you, who eats meat slapped between slabs of bread, to understand the delicate taste and subtle texture imparted by buckwheat flour. Maybe you should, I don't know, take her sometime instead of being weird about it. Hey, that's just rude, but I digress. Between this guy and Butts, who's more of a mess? Well... Well, that's a hard question for me to answer because I like Larry a lot less than I'm liking this guy, but that's because I know I've known Larry longer. I'm all about flavor and subtlety and stuff. If I let wheat soba end like this, I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the after next life. Ah, I see. And that's why you came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust. It was never my intention to ask you. I'll show him. I'll show him I can handle it just fine. Well, I believe it's about time. What? But I haven't even properly discussed the case yet. What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadeeing out. I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle, that's all. Yes! Let's do this. And come on, Mr. Wade. Get up off the floor. We've got a case to win. Yes, Miss Chickadee. I'm gonna do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
Yellow, two bowls of noodles. Sorry, sir, no can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? They hung up. Okay, let's do this. He's not going to do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere. Let me rest? Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh, like my soba, and you don't let soba dough rest. She's all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh and... Yeah, I want him to go lie down in bed somewhere, please. He's blocked out. Oh boy, I just knew something like this would happen. Simon, oh, what were these three freshes of soba he was talking about? First, buckwheat seeds or grouts are ground to make buckwheat flour. Then dough made with this flour is cut into a large rectangular knife into noodles. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten. Oh, so that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make any soba right now, though, that's for sure. Athena, this is no time for idle chit-chat. You need to get into the courtroom now. Just remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my quarter. There you go, treating me like an incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for any help anyway. Just you wait, Simon. I'll show you. Heading a case alone, Athena? I'm so proud of you. Mr. Wright and Apollo may not be here. But that's alright. I can do this on my own. Let's do this. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor. What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor Satmani? That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby. How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country? Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called on me to handle this case. Oh, Edgeworth, I want to kiss him! What? I'm normal. Besides, I have a debt to repay. And though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualms with sending her down to hell. If you have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I'm a qualified and capable attorney. Then what is that yellow attire? If not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick. Well, fuck you. Maybe I like the color yellow, huh? Maybe I want to wear the color yellow. Maybe I want to have the brightest, loudest, most obnoxious yellow suit you've ever seen. No, I kind of knew Blackwell wasn't going to be the prosecutor. I just know that he shows up this case, and I'm excited because I get to hang out with him a little. Now cease your shrill chirping. Now, Prosecutor Sadmati. She is still only a teenager. Please go easy on her. Great. Now even the judge is giving me the kid treatment. Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor? Yes, I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, please give your opening statement. I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry for underestimating me. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12th, at the Storytellers Theatre called Kuru Thai. The victim was a great master of the Tornado School of Rakuko, or comedic storytelling. His name was Taifu Tornado. The scene of the murder was the theatre's dressing room. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway and has an inner and outer sliding door. The estimated time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon. I will now submit the incident report to the court. I see. Prosecutor Sadmati, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit when you don't know how the victim was killed, or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and the precise method are, as yet, unknown. Hello, lamented soul. Welcome on in. I hope you were enjoying your crayons. The accused is only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. I will explain this assertion in further detail as we continue. Ugh. I guess that means he has some kind of evidence to present. Now, would the accused care to plead his case? Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Psychos? How is my day going? My day is going wonderfully, thank you. You're the first person to have asked. Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary. Surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court. Great! Starting off on the wrong foot already. Mr. Wet is the head chef at the soba shop frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went to the theatre at the victim's request. Taifu Tornado was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in this photograph. He was apparently making soba himself in the dressing room that very day. The soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. Liking soba is one thing, but making it in a theatre's dressing room is a bit much, non? Master Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable. And yet, the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discovered the deed to the accused's shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit Wet Soba when he lost his father recently. However, it's believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. Murder over a deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive. This Wet had inherited the... was to inherit Wet Sober from his lost father recently. However, it is believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. Okay. I just needed to confirm that because I wasn't sure I'd actually read that correctly. Well, process the information. So that's what this case is about. I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. I could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had. Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Well, you see, you are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in this courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession, you putrid egg yolk. I'm sorry. Apollo's a red pepper and now I'm an egg yolk? We've only just started and I've already been demoted from spring chick. I am ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Let us listen to the words of the one who was present when the crime was discovered. Someone who was there when the victim's body was found. Very well. A witness, please take the stand. Hi, my dude. You know, your outfit's gorgeous. I'd love to own something like that, sir. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Simon Blackwell, prosecutor. Prosecutor Blackwell? You didn't tell me you were going to take the stand. There simply wasn't time. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackwell. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved the trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. Damning scene? What in the world did Simon see? Prosecutor Sadanmadi, was it? Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm. By all means. This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. Do you have enough knowledge of this art to handle the case competently? Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case? Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic. For now, it is the prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on rakugo last night and have grasped the overall idea of it. How much could you possibly grasp in a single night? Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone at the stage with a fan and towel, and the rakugo artist tells along whimsical stories, giving each character a distinct voice. This traditional art was originally invented by monks to make sermons more interesting. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story of Jumiju Mu instead? It appears you put in a bit of study. Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Prosecutor Blackwell. I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, Prosecutor. There's a Catboy anime about Rakugo. Pug. Drop the name. Drop the name. Tell me the name. What's the name of it? Let me... tell me the name. What's the name? What's the name? What's the name? I want to know, because now I'm curious. Now I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind. Only cute, not cat. Aw, damn. I like cute boys though. I'll take it anyway. Give me the name of it. If that is your honor's request. Your honor, could we please get back to the trial? Oh, right, of course. I nearly forgot. Seriously? Of all the things you could forget? Now then, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackwell, please tell this court what you witnessed. I went to the theatre yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went to the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later, after Tornado's junior disciple, Window, apparently had then entered the room soon after. That's when a window discovered Master Tornado's body. Now just wait a minute here, Prosecutor Blackwell. With testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wet of the crime. All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears. But a qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch this, right? Well, yeah, duh. Alright, I guess I better start by getting all the info out of him that I can. Alright, I'm gonna Google this anime. Show me. Are you interesting? Are you interesting? Tell me right now. Oh, wow. Wow, there's a lot of this show. There's the original video animation, the TV anime, and a television drama. Descending Stories, Showa, Genroku, Rakugo, Shinju. It's a historical drama, though. I'm less interested in it if it's a historical drama. I'm not really one who watches dramas. If they're regarded as a drama, that's like, oh. But then drama happens. I don't want drama to happen. I just want to enjoy myself. I'd totally watch something about it though, about Rakugo, to like one of those shows that like teaches you about the whole thing and like what it is and how it works. I'd love that. I'd watch that. That sounds fun. Pretty dry show. Damn. Yes, Mupai. Pug has arrived. The cool guy. Ugh, my back. I need to move. I'm sitting too far forward. My back hurts. Ugh. Prosecutor Blackwell, when did you go to the theatre in the first place? I went because I had received an invitation from Master Tornado. I know you think Blackwell is cute. I mean, I kind of get it. I do kind of get it. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple's Uendo's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage in the name of Uendo 2. So what exactly does it mean to succeed to a stage name? You really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, a name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. I see. So, there was another Uendo Rakugo artist before, and his disciple succeeded him, huh? And what exactly did your invitation say? It contained a simple letter of salutations, and an outline of the show's program. Oh, it appears Taifu Tornado was going to perform Toki Soba or Time Soba. Toki Soba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba using only his fan as a prop. And Uendo was to perform Soba Sei, or Soba Glutton, a soba-themed show, I say. It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, your boldness. The first to perform this was the senior disciple, Geru, followed by Uendo. And lastly, Master Tornado. I see. I see. So that's why you happened to be at the Storytellers Theatre yesterday. So what happened after you arrived? Hydrate? Fuck. I'm sorry, Mupai, I didn't get any water, so I'm all out of hydration material.
Hold it!
And how did Master Tornado appear when you said hello to him? I went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately we didn't actually meet. You didn't see him? Why not? Geru escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed there from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we had decided to wait in the hall until he was done. You had heard Rakugo being performed in the dressing room? Yes, not just me, but Geru as well. In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive at around 4 p.m.? Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly, though, through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado. I could tell because it was the time sober routine being performed in there. So that means the victim was killed sometime after that.
Hold it!
Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wet appeared at the time. Geru and I were waiting in the hallway for Miss Master Tornado to finish practicing, when Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things. What happened after that? We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate. This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes. You better come up with some kind of counter-argument and fast.
Hold it!
What do you mean, apparently? You didn't see him go in? No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time. but Geru was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all. I see. And why do you suppose Wendo went to the dressing room anyway? He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master respect right before and after each performance. And our disciples are expected to do this. Yes, it's common courtesy among Rakugo artists. I see. Could you tell us what happened after Wendo went to the dressing room? Certainly. Simon has no reason to lie, but I also don't have much to go on. Better ask him all the questions I can. Yeah, I meant to, and then I clicked the wrong button, Athena. I'm sorry.
Hold it!
And how did Uendo act at the time? After when Uendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room, and Uendo came flying out. Did you hear any signs of a struggle at that time? No, just Uendo's woeful scream. I see. Well done, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. And now, please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Blackwell and Galu were in the hallway waiting for Master Tornado, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room, and about 10 minutes later he came back out of the room seeming rather angry. Short time after that, after the accused had come and gone, Uendo Tornado went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Uendo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Which one of them was called Burizu? That would be great, actually. I'd love that. Prosecutor Blackwell and Geru ran into the room and saw the body for themselves. Oh, Wendo is wind, Geru is gale. I see. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. This is crucial testimony indeed. I feel like it doesn't make sense to commit the murder for that murder, for that to be when the murder is committed, though, because you consider that he walked past Blackwell and Geru, so he would have known that he would be caught then. Defense. An eyewitness has given conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not on your life! If Uendo went into the dressing room too and was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Uendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed the murder in that time, nor without making any noise. Oh, Simon, why did you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you give me something a little better to work with here? Is it up to you to ask the right questions? I am certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So if you truly are capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself. Sometimes the pun names get slipped by you. Punk, I don't think in this game, I don't think you're gonna be able to miss them. They are, some of them are way too obvious. This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackwell. Just admit you don't remember it all that well. Wow, you're upset this early into the game, are ya? Prosecutor Blackwell. Watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Begone, witness. You shall haunt this sacred hall no more. How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? I'll remember this, you blackguard. Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackwell. I've got this. Oh, would I have my way? He would not be the only one here to step down. You, half-boiled putrid egg yolk. Ew. I object to the notion that I am a gooey, smelly mess. Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony was like the lowly opening act of a Rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. And who is this witness? The person who was with Prosecutor Blackwell when the body was discovered. She is another entertainer of the Tornado School, Miss Geru Tornado. I know you. I see you around sometimes for absolutely no reason. Like, the only Apollo Justice character anyone seems to talk about, really. Please state your name and occupation, please. Hello, everyone! I'm here to represent the Tornado School with a twisty twist. And balloon! And there you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Geru Tornado. Just call me Geru, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon! Okay. What a way to capture your audience's attention. I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Judge, don't make a joke like that, please. Please tell me you're talking about her hat, Your Honor. Oh, Mr. Judgy! I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club? Pretty please? Oh, absolutely. And please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. Anyway, Geru, I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Of course I'm sad, but Shisho would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness, smile, 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 with a twisty twist. And balloon! And there you have it, one gorgeous cake. I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. A balloon art's worse than a Rorschach test. All I saw was a 7 monster head. Geru, you're obviously a balloon artist. So how did you come to be a member of the Rakugo school? Well, my father, my late father that is, was a Rakugo artist, you see. So I joined the Tornado School to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shisho, our master, but that Bucky Wet. Oh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible. Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss. And not only that, but you have more to say about Mr. Wet? Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? This is a great scent. How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset. Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Geru's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember? It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, Defense. Now then, Geru, please share the truth with this court. Yes, Geru. Your testimony, please. From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20, when Shisho's body was found, Sam and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. After you window discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jujimu was barking like mad. Prosecutor Blackwell, do you have any objections to the witness's testimony? No. Make up your bloody mind, sad monk, sad Marty. First you exorcise me, now this. You need only do as you are instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. There is tension between these two, and it's fucking great. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move to the salvation of the victim's soul. Hey, I'm the defensive attorney here, Prosecutor Satmadi, and I just might have an objection or two to once I actually cross-examine the witness. So, what are you asking Prosecutor Blackwell for? I'm the one who you should be checking with. There is a passage to the sacred scriptures of Koreanism. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackwell. He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Psychostono. Well, I won't let either one of you insult me. I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness. My throat. It does not feel wet enough, if you know what I mean. Like, it's not dry, but it's definitely like, wow, I should drink some water. I hope you make Prosecutor Satmadi see that you are a worthy adversary, Miss Psychos. I will allow your cross-examination, so you'd better strike while the iron is hot. Well, I am interested in asking about that dog barking. Yes. Body was found at about 4:20. You and Simon were the only ones, and you were standing in front of the dressing room. Before we went over, came and discovered the body. The only person who had been in there was Bucky.
Hold it!
Jujimu. That's my doggy! I keep him at the theatre. Let's see. With a twisty, twisty twist. And boom! And there you have it, my cute little Jujimu. He's kind of creepy looking. Oh, but he's a really, really good boy. And why was Jujimu barking? Do you think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we'd have a new suspect in this case. Now, why was he barking again? Oh, I remember, because it was time for me to feed him. So I went into the yard and gave him some food. Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? No, the door out to the courtyard was wide open. I could have seen it if anybody went to the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackwell, come down to the stand for a sec, please. How many times must I do this? You saw that Geru was what Geru was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention it before? I cannot be expected to remember every detail. Well, remember them now, please. Did Geru go out into the courtyard? Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Jijumu. I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well. Do you recall anything else? It looked as though she was feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Jujimu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in the corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember. I see. It looks like Gilu was telling the truth. Your Honor, I'd like Gilu's last statement to be added to her testimony. As you wish, defense. Okay, what does this look like then? Okay, so this is the door. If it was wide open. Oh, the door opens out this way, so you wouldn't have been able to see into the dressing room because this is where the dog is.
Objection!
So you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard. Is that correct? That's right. The door out to the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There is a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony. Oh. I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Lycus. Please point to what contradicts the witness's testimony. Geru was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackwell even saw her there. And while she was out there, the door in the yard had been left open. Ah, I see. Yes, if the door in the yard was wide open, as Geru said, it would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way. But even if there were admittedly a few moments Geru was not keeping watch, How much would that really affect this case? It would greatly affect this case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackwell stood, he couldn't see the dressing room either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Geru, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What?
Objection.
Hide the fact. You speak as though you think she has something to do with the murder, rather than deliberate deception. It was more likely deliberate deception. It was more likely a simple oversight, right, witness? Well, I was so shocked by what happened. I was just confused, that's all. Even though she is trying to keep up a brave face brave front as an entertainer. The fact is that she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected. Yes, it is. It must be very difficult indeed. To a disciple, one's master is akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed. But that wasn't what I was trying to do. Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is scarring the witness even further. And if we ask the people of this courtroom, I'm sure they would agree. What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this? Are you afraid to find out what they think? That they think ill of you? Or that perhaps you are in the wrong? Listen to them now with the keen sense of hearing you are so proud of. Right, that was harsh. You didn't have to go that far. We're kind of sorry for the witness. And why is the lawyer's outfit so yellow? No, I was just trying to find the truth. Why is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Satomati? The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong. Well, he's still in training, isn't she? Why is she all by herself? I hear the voices of the gallery. I can hear the voices of their hearts. So intense. I feel so alone up here, fighting by myself. Are you afraid, child? It is ludicrous to come to a trial with such paltry preparation of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once. But I can't give up. I have to. They have to keep pressing on. As long as there is a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door, the defendant can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackwell and Geru's testimonies. Even now you continue to resist. You are childish in defeat as well, I see. I am not out for the count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. A little push, such as with this piece of conclusive evidence. Conclusive evidence? That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. Look at the Japanese playing cards, known as karuta, lined up on the table. This special English version, Karuta can't spell out a name. That message. Wet number 4. Wet number 4? You mean wet doodle number 4? Yes, wet noodle number 4 as the 4th head chef of Wet Soba is also known. This message points to none other than the accused Bucky Wet. No! That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Wow! Great job, Mr. Prosecutor! Oh, no. This is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do? Would you still carry your futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence? You can say whatever you want, but we... It is crucial to give the accused false hope. You will only compound their suffering. Wise people of the courtroom, do you not agree? He's right. It's cruel to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence. What an incompetent noob. I feel bad for the victim and the defendant. What? But I'm trying to prove Mr. Wet's innocence here. I know you can hear them, defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused's soul. It is time for you to let go and move on. You're an experienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own? What good is she doing anybody? She should quit right now. Okay, whoever said that was fucking rude. Now, defense. Leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence.
Thank you, Blackwell. Oh. You know what, Blackwell? Fuck you know how last game I was fucking all over you. Forget all about that. Forget all about that. You get to go up and with the other prosecutors up in the high tiers, don't you? Oh, I love you. I've fallen in love with you, Blackwell. Oh, Blackwell, I'm not mad at you anymore. I never was and never will be ever again. He's trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man. Oh my god! He looks so good. Simon. Hi, Simon. Hi, Simon. Hi, Simon. Simon? And you fop doodles of the gallery. Can't a man watch a trial in peace? This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around. Does that prosecutor really think she can turn things around? The mood in the courtroom is starting to change. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you doing at the defense's bench? I grew bored of watching from the gallery. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to the spring chick and lose my favorite sober shop in the process, I will be quite cross. Can you punch Sad Marty for me, please, Blackwell? You voluntarily stand on the side of impurity and sin. Truly, what a fool you are. Oh my god! Quill. Oh, Black Quill. My opinion of you has completely changed, let's say that. To think you were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. Whatever happened to qualified and capable Athena? I've just let my guard down a little bit, but it won't happen again. No, Mupai, don't go, please! Oh, Mupai, no. I'm sorry, Mupai. I'm not. It's not me who's thirsting for them, it's Pug. Pug's the one who wants to kiss his pretty face. I just, you know, want to go out and, like, try some soba with him. Because I've never had soba before. I'd try it. I'd let him explain to me why it's so interesting. Exactly! Exactly! Give him a head pat. Then gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle. I'm not girding up anything up in my skirt. But I am ready to get serious. Seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. I was in prison for a long time, and hell sounds now worse than cell, to be honest. Ah, but the fires of hell will not be the end of your suffering. For the sin you have committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. I'm sorry, Sad Marty, but that is usually the highest honor. For lots of people consider that an honor, so... Surprised you didn't say, like, raccoon or something. What do you mean I'm an unwholesome being, Mupai? Lying to me then. What did I ever do? I can't believe you turned Mupai against me. I didn't make you play an unfinished game. You're the one who refused to finish the game. There is an ending that's achievable. You just need to finish it. You're the one who got too emotionally attached and refused to continue the fight. That's not my problem. That's your own problem. And besides, if you had continued, it would have been the greatest ending you could ask for. Kind of. Maybe. I don't know how you feel because you didn't really divulge your opinions while you were playing that much. Come on, Mupai. It's not that hard. He's just a cute father figure that you have to slash your knife at. It's not that hard. I mean, look, I understand your feelings. But it's for story purposes. It's for story purposes. He won't suffer. He'll be just fine. I can promise you that he'll be just fine. He's a cute little guy, okay? And look. You gotta get through it to get through to your happily ever after, okay? Okay? Okay, I know you want that. So you gotta get through it. You can't just leave it unfinished is what I'm saying. A white and black reverse panda. And you shall be put in a zoo to be exposed to public ridicule. I'm not sure people would really ridicule a panda like that. A threat like that would work on Prosecutor Blackwell. After all, he's already used to being looked at like a panda in this life. Who are you calling a panda? Sorry. I see that you are both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Geru, thank you for your service. You may step down now. Okie dokie! Bye bye, balloon! Does everything have to do with balloons about her? No, then. I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuta carts. And who was the witness's son? The first to discover the body, and someone who witnessed the crime seen firsthand. Mr. Uenado Tornado. Window Tornado. The time has come for that ponytailed pair over there to finally let it all go and move on. Very well, let's bring in this witness then. You've got a very specific type of fan base, don't you, sir? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Okay, what kind of voice do you want? Because there is I'm getting a weird mix of vibes that are very contradictory with one another. And I love this music, by the way. This music is great. I am the Rakugo storyteller, Uendo Tornado. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless and get arrested. After all, happy a Raku no. Thank you, everybody. Good night. You can't leave yet. You've only just introduced yourself. My. Are you a fan of mine, miss? Would you like an autograph? One moment. Ow. You know what? I understand you fans. That was cool. That was really cool. What do you think you're doing? No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan, after all. A fan for a fan! Nice one. Oh, why, Persistent Simon! How are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a dilly of pickle we found ourselves in, wouldn't you say? I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Uendo. Never performed in a place like this, you know. I got butterflies here, can't you see? Why do I always get the weird ones? I don't think you always get the weird ones. I think Right & Co always get the weird ones because Phoenix has said that, and also Apollo. So you're not alone. You're not alone in your suffering, Athena. Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to the case at hand. Ah, I suppose you're right. In that case, I was promoted to a Futasume yesterday and received a stage name of Yuendo. The show was our way of celebrating my new name and middle rank standing. And then that happened. I never dreamed something like that happened, not in a million years. And just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shisho too. Yeah. Plus, I'm worried about Geru. The way she clung to Shisho, poor thing. I told her to keep a stiff upper lip. Stiff like rigor mortis. Keep telling those lame jokes and Shisho will come scold you from the grave. I wouldn't mind getting yelled at, you know, if it meant seeing him again. Yuendo, please, as charming as your various characters are, this isn't a Rakugo stage. Shut up, I'm enjoying this. Let us hear your testimony now, witness. Tell the court about the evidence left at the scene, the proof of the accused's guilt. I love your outfit so much. You're going high in the tier list and I just know it. I noticed Shisho's dying message right away. The stiff cards were right there next to this. Right next to the stiff, you see. Hey now! Enough with the silly puns already. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. That was the Master's final message, left as he was drowning in a sober broth. It's so like Shisho not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style. Well, that was certainly more entertaining testimony than usual. The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid. But he shouldn't be performing any characters in the first place, Your Honor. And Yuendo, the murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. So how could you say the victim was drowned in his sober broth? It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. And it's only natural to assume he was drowned in the broth of the noodles. Except we're not here to assume things, Yuendo, so please stick to just the facts. My! It's so like a sober chef to kill someone this way, wouldn't you say? And with the Karuta message he left behind, it's clear Bucky wetted it. Setting aside the issue of the murder weapon for now, the dying message certainly does seem to be irrefutable evidence. Indeed. It proves he has the guilt of the accused. Even I've got to admit that I can't see how that message could mean anything. Bucky used sober for the deed, only to get back at the sober shop deed. This testimony makes Mr. Wet look super guilty. I have to do something. That's his conclusive evidence. What a farce. Oh, what do you mean, Simon? What's this? I thought you said you weren't planning on asking me for help. I did, and I won't. Thank you very much. Simon must have found an inconsistency with the testimony. I'd better listen carefully and try to see what he found. Shisho's dying message right away. The stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, you say. What do you mean by that? The cards were on the table your master's body was slumped over, right? You must have been surprisingly calm to notice them at the time. As I said, the stiff cards went right there next to the stiff, so they were hard to miss. But wouldn't it have been more natural to notice the victim after the cards? The message just caught my eye, because the stiff cards were right there next to the stiff. Yes, but that fact hardly seems significant enough to make a person take notice of them. Stiff cards next to the stiff. So basically, there's no real reason for them to catch your eye, was there? Huh. I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Buffy. That was the Master's final message, left as he was drowning in the soda broth. Simon, are all Rakugo artists like this? It's hard to say. Could simply be the eccentricity of an entertainer, or perhaps he's hiding something. Well, he doesn't have to entertain people in a court of law, and if he is trying to hide something, maybe it'll show up as a contradiction or something. Okay, there's a contradiction somewhere. What evidence do I have then? I have the diagram, and I have... Okay. The victim was making soba noodles from scratch in the dressing room. The room is covered in soba flour. There are 2 drink cans in the fridge. Cause of death, suffocation, nothing found in the lungs. And I take it there was no bruising on the neck then. Inside the envelope was a ticket to the show and a letter from the victim. The letter contained a simple greeting and a rundown of the show's program. Geru was to perform her balloon art, then Wendo was to do his sober glutton routine, and finally Master Tornado was to perform his time sober routine. Master Tornado was alive at 4 p.m. Bucky Wet entered the room at 4:10 and left at 4:20. Lindo discovered the victim's body upon entering the room after Bucky left. Before Bucky came to the theatre, Gelu was outside feeding her dog a number of dumplings. The dog buried the leftovers in the yard. Okay. So what would be the contradiction then? I mean, I find it rather contradictory, the staining on this. It's all wrong. Like they were moved after the fact. Is that what you want me to point out? But where would I... What would be the... Stiff cars are right there next to the stiff, you see. As he was drowning in the sober broth.
Objection!
No, but I think I'm on the right track. I just don't know. It's shut up, widget. I do think that I am at 2. Plain and simple wasn't his style. Okay.
Hold it!
The cards do spell out wet number 4, which could be interpreted as wet noodle number 4, I guess. I suppose you took this to mean Bucky wet? There's only one wet noodle around here, and you've seen that giant 4 on his back. It's the only interpretation that makes sense. Yeah, I guess so. But wait a minute. Oh, what is it? What if there's another wet noodle in the area? What? Did I say something strange? Bucky is the sole heir to the shop. So enough with the ludicrous straw grasping. Hey, how was I supposed to know? Just listen to the testimony again and find the glaring inconsistency.
Hold it!
So the victim lined up the cards in his final moments. How can you be so certain that's how it went down? I know Shiso. He would never let someone get the last word on him, even in death. With his face in the soap broth and his consciousness fading away, he left a message that pointed toward Bucky as he left this world. It's the only way it could have happened. Wait! The only way? Now you're just speculating. Look, a dying message is something you leave as you're dying, right? I saw a scene like that in a detective show. Wendo, we have a saying in my country. Silence is more precious than diamonds. Please do not speak any more than is necessary. But talking is my livelihood, you know. I talk all the time, this and that, truths and untruths. I can't stop myself from talking. Hopefully he'll stick to the truth without any of those untruths. Yeah, so many dying messages end up being Maya's name. But that one time that it wasn't Maya's name, and that other time, and this time it's not Maya's name, I guess. But it is usually Maya. I'm gonna try it again with this, and if it doesn't work, then Blackwell can help me. Right, Blackwell, right, you'll help me. Yes, 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 yes.
Objection!
Athena, can we just get on with it, please? What's the matter, Athena? Have you been bested by Prosecutor Sad Monk already? He is Mr. Sad Monk, isn't he? Of course not! I just don't have any idea what to do. Your expression tells me you have no idea what to do. Then here's my advice. Why don't you try focusing on the statement here? Though what it contradicts with, I'll leave that to you to puzzle out. Why can't he stop with the mind games and tell me which piece to present already? Anyway, I'd better try comparing the evidence with the statement he showed me. It is that statement. Okay. So it's not that. What? as he was drowning in soba broth. I know that. But I've already presented that to this to this statement, so it's not that. So what else would I present? What else could I present? But we're talking about the card, so why isn't it that? Did I do it wrong? I don't think I did.
Objection!
Bullshit. There's a contradiction in Windows testimony. See, here's the thing. Because we already had pointed out that what you said was a theory, and we had already had determined that we didn't know how he died aside from suffocation, that didn't make any fucking sense to me to point it out again. Why are we pointing it out again when you already pointed it out? There's a contradiction in Windows testimony. And would you care to explain where, Miss Lycus? No, I don't fucking know. Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual was found in the victim's lungs. Yes, that does say that, doesn't it? If he had drowned in the bowl of soba, then there should have been soba broth in his lungs. Why are we pointing it out again when we already discussed this? With this witness, before this cross-examination, why did you have that whole conversation? I like the game, I promise I do. But, since there wasn't any, it means the victim was suffocated with something other than soba broth. Yes, sure, whatever. I thought what that was obvious already. You know, sometimes you make me feel stupid, but this is just making me think you're the stupid one here, game. I don't know, I think I assumed things, and... Why do I assume that you know anything about what's going on, game? Why do I assume that you know anything? I should assume that you know jack shit. This is the contradiction you notice, isn't it, Simon? Not bad. Not bad at all. I guess I showed you. But if drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then why was the victim's face thrust into that bowl? Typhoon Tornado's face was thrust into the bowl after his murder? Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs, his head must have been placed into the bowl after he was killed. And that's when the sober broth must have been spilled onto the Karuta cards. In other words, the victim could not have lined the cards up as he was drowning. I see. So it was done after he was already dead. But why would the culprit do such a thing? I'm afraid I don't know yet.
Objection.
You boast of psychological expertise, yet you cannot determine such a simple motive. Fuck you. My sides are liable to split at the absurdity. What? And I suppose you know why? Of course. Desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of enmity on the part of the perpetrator. Yes, that does make sense. Certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings towards the victim. Feelings of resentment over the theft of the sober shop's deed, no doubt. Just great. Now the judge has an even more unfavourable impression of Bucky.
Silence.
Must we come undone at every junction? If the culprit had time enough to set up the Master Tornado's body, do you think they would have honestly failed to notice the dying message? Good point. The cards were right in front of his body, after all. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that.
Objection.
But was the accused rational at the time, given the way he stormed out of that room?
Silence.
Never mind that. I have something more important to ask you, Endo. Me? You saw the Kurata cards firsthand, did you not? Would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos show us precious little of what I wish to know. Well, those cards are from Shisho's special soba scene of Tokyo Pass set. Each card is related in some way to soba. Spare me the history lesson. Just tell me how the cards looked at the scene and no more. Well, there was soba broth spilled over them. That's not much help, I'm afraid. Prosecutor Sadmani, do you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly? I do. Please accept this meager offering, Your Honor. Wavy hound equipment. Traditional. Nostalgic. Ouch. Flower. 4. Cute. Those are all cute drawings. Oh my! What delightful looking cards. Well. Tearing Prosecutor Sard Monk's conclusive evidence apart would be a breeze with this. Huh? Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Don't be silly, of course I have! Not noticed anything, but I can't exactly say that now, can I? Athena, this is why you can't be alone. Miss Sarkis, do you really see a problem with the prosecutor's claim with these cards? Well, go on then. Alright then. It's do or die. All I have to do is study the picture and... These cards were rearranged. These cards were rearranged. And how can you tell? Please take a good look at these cards, Your Honor. The answer is right there in front of us. Where exactly should I be looking? The broth stains. Please focus your attention on these sober broth stains on these cards. The outline of the stains doesn't match up with the large stain on the table. Oh, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And? Please recall the soba broth was spilled and got on the cards after the murder, when the victim's face was placed in the bowl. Yes, go on. By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, this message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client. What? Then, if we put the cards back in their original position, we can restore the evidence and see who the cards were really pointing toward. That's true. Oh, good. Then, what are we waiting for? Let's do this. All I have to do is rearrange the cards for the stains to match up. Oh, fuck, I actually have to do it? Let's see, where does the W originally go? Here? Yeah. H would go on the bottom then. In this one. E goes here. And that one goes next to the H. And that one goes on the edge there. And that one goes on the other edge. E. Owen 4th. That's what it says. Owen 4th.
Take that!
So the message wet no 4 was originally supposed to say Owen 4th. And this original message is our clue to identify the true culprit. What? An indigent look on the prosecutor's sad monk's face is positively priceless. Please punch him for me, Black Will. Please be my hero and punch him for me. This is absurd. So it was originally on 4th. It wasn't wet no 4? Maybe the lawyer is smarter than we thought. Order! Order in the court. Well, I never would have imagined that there was more to those cards than meets the eye. So now, what? Now that that's settled, what does this Owen 4th mean? Wait, am I... Who else are you supposed to... suppose is to provide an explanation? Of course it's you. But I hadn't thought that far yet. Change the cards around all you'd like, but if you cannot explain what the message means, then it is as worthless as your defense. Well, there is a chance that it means nothing and he was just playing around with the cards. No! And so, the spring chick that fancies itself a graceful swan is brought back down to earth. I have to do something, but what? Still your thoughts for a second. There's a perfectly good witness to question over there. Oh, right. That's a good idea. Come on, Athena, and get a hold of yourself. Window, does the phrase Owen 4th mean anything to you? No, there's no one named Owen in the Tornado family or our circle of friends. Go ahead, ask anybody you'd like. You can't be serious. Having rummaged through your empty mind, I see you have, as expected, turned up nothing.
Silence!
I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this Owen Forth is either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the claim on Mr. Wet. That in itself proves that the defendant isn't the real culprit. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. Besides, the important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather who rearranged the cards. Why didn't you point that out earlier if you'd already knew? Sorry. In any case, there are two opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. The first was when Mr. Wet entered the dressing room, and the second was when Uendo discovered the body. Are you accusing me of rearranging the cards? Me, who came to testify out of the goodness of my heart? Well, you didn't exactly come running out screaming straight away, did you? Even a mere 2 or 3 minutes is more than enough to get up to some devilry. So what exactly were you doing there, Window? Put down the tea and spit out your answer. Mr. Prosecutor? What's a guy gotta do at a time like this? Silence is more precious than diamonds, witness. Therefore, you need only stay silent. The defense is devious. They are waiting for you to make a slip of the tongue. Oh, I see. So that's what they're after, is it? In that case, Your Honor, I've decided to not say another word. Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by law. Well, Prosecutor Blackwell, any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share? I'm sorry, but I want to hug him right this second. Oh, I've fallen in love with him. I've fallen in love with him. Forget every insult I ever threw his way. I've fallen in love with him. He's the greatest guy I've ever met in my entire life. What are you talking about? Other people? Psh, nah. Nah, look at him. Did you hear that, Psychos Dono? A Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Are you trying to taunt him into talking? Such a petty trick will never work. That's right. I am not going to fall for all that. I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there is an audience to listen? Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer. And the more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. It's simply human nature. Isn't that right, people of the gallery? Yeah, saying silent about what you were doing just makes you seem more suspicious, mate. Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk. Even so, then perhaps you chose the wrong line of work, my friend. Oh, Blackwell, you'd make a great defense attorney. Oh, Blackwell, oh my god, oh. I will buy a keychain of you, don't you worry, sir. Are you saying I should quit because I'm not... because I'm not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know. Oh, no, never mind what I just said. It is scary to talk. It's absolutely terrifying. But no, as a Rakug artist, I must talk. If I don't, how can I ever show my face on stage again? Your Honor, I'm ready to testify. He did it. He managed to convince Window with his power of suggestion technique. Bully for you, Window. That's a real Rakugo artist should be. Alright. If you wish to testify, then by all means, please do. To be turned by such an obvious ploy. What a man of weak spirit. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. From what I can tell, there do not appear to be any inconsistencies in the testimony. Of course there aren't any, because I'm not trying to hide anything. Prosecutor said Marty's right. I don't see anything inconsistent either, but I did pick up on some faint discord in Yuendo's heart. Ponder all you like, defense, but it is pointless. Your Honor, I believe there is no need for further deliberation. I disagree, Your Honor. I detect discord in the voice of the witness's heart. That's a clear indication that the Yuendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil. Are you saying what I think you're saying, Miss Lycos? Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to conduct a quick therapy session of the witness. Window, there is no need for you to submit to this so-called therapy. It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on. You're just scared it's gonna work. Impudent fool. Why will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant of the Holy Mother? If the witness wishes to proceed, I see no problem, prosecutor. In one ear and out the other. It seems this performer has no need for your so-called guidance, prosecutor sad monk. Just know this, Window. Your folly will surely earn you divine retribution. Thanks, Simon. I'm going to make the most of this opportunity you created for me. Just keep your wits about you. I will. Window, could you tell us again about what happened in the dressing room? After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the room, I saw Shisho slumped over on the table, motionless. I didn't really notice any unexpected emotions in that testimony. But it isn't always a question of the presence of an emotional response, but the absence. You know, you're right. It's not always the emotions I do see. Sometimes it's a matter of what I don't, but would expect to see. I'd better carefully compare Wendo's statements to his emotions again. Okay. I went to visit Shisho. He didn't reply. No, okay. Match. Ah, I see. Match it is. As in, manage to assert a thoughtful, calculated hypothesis. Oh, you're so cool as a character. You're so cool as a character. You're so cool as a character. I like him. I like this guy. I like this guy. He's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. You were sad, but you weren't. I think it has something to do with surprising in general, though. Your window, I'm noticing something strange with these emotions. Something stranger with cheesy toast skin, you say? No, something strange with these emotions. How could you have heard something stranger with cheesy toast skin? I don't know. Maybe it's me who's got some cheese in my ears. Did he will the floor to open up and swallow his cushions out of shame or for his bad joke? The point I'm trying to make is that I noticed something unexpected with your emotions. Now stop hiding and come out where we can see you. Bailiff, please bring the witness a few replacement cushions. Ha! So what was this unexpected thing you noticed? Oh, come on! His Honor has a few cushions. Said a few cushions, not a few dozen. Now that we've all had a good laugh, please continue, Miss Psychos. Who's laughing? Ugh, focus, Athena. Don't let yourself get rattled. When you entered the room, you saw the master slumped motionless on the table. You weren't the least bit shocked, Window. Don't you think that's a little odd? Is it, though? The lack of surprise means you were prepared for what you saw. And I think I know why. The reason Window wasn't shaken when he saw the master's dead was because he knew about his master's death. Window, I think maybe the reason you weren't shaken was because you already knew you would find your master dead. I love this so much. This is such a cute sprite. What? But what kind of thing is that to say? You've got it all wrong. Oh, right. I just remembered something. I thought Shisho was just sleeping when I first saw him. You thought he was sleeping? That sounds plausible, but... What made you think he was asleep? Well, he had his head and his arms on the table, as if he was taking a nap. Oh, and one other thing. There was that note, too. A note? What note? Ah, you must be talking about this. Resting, do not disturb. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting, do not disturb. Yay! That's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisha was napping? That is a pretty reasonable assumption. You've got to be kidding me. That's right. I saw this note, and that's why I thought Shisha was asleep. I want to change my testimony to include that statement. Alright, I'll run an update. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. Called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. Something seemed off, so I rushed over to him. I was shocked to find him dead. I couldn't believe my eyes. Why the anger? Window, I noticed something funny in your emotions again. Funny, you say? I guess I'm an entertainer of my caliber, can make people laugh even with my emotions. I didn't mean that kind of funny. Quite the opposite, actually. When you entered the dressing room, I see that you suddenly felt anger. What I want to know is what made you feel angry all of a sudden. What? Let me see. Oh yeah, now I remember. I was going in. I whacked my little piggy on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness. Oh wait, you mean you stubbed your pinky toe? Just a little bump on my little piggy. No big deal. It's embarrassing, really. Sounds more like he's hiding something. I'd better dig a little bit deeper. No need to be embarrassed, Wendo, but I'm afraid it's something we need to look into. I don't really see anything you could have stubbed your toe on in the area around the dressing room door in this picture. But maybe there was something there at the time. Wendo, what exactly did you stub your toe on? What an irrelevant question. You dishonor the soul of the victim, and this with these unnecessary delays. You tell her, really, one who doesn't stub their toe every once in a while. You really gotta fuss over every small detail like this? Well, the thing is... Even the subtlest fluctuations in a person's psyche can clue us in to the truth. That's why it's important to get to the bottom of this question. Plus, if I back down now, who knows what insult Simon will hurl my way. Is there really no trace left of what Wendo stuffed his toe on up by the door? What in the world might have been there, but is not there now? Well, the table was clearly moved, but that was not by the door. It could be all the flour everywhere.
Take that!
It was a crime scene. Do you see it? The long track that goes from the doorway across the room. Now that you mention it, I do see traces of something being dragged. And the drag mark ends there, at the TV. This implies that the TV was originally by the door. I'm convinced that this TV is the object in the witness stubbed his toe on. Well, Wendo, how about it? Yes, you're right. It was the TV. There! That noise level dropped again. Yes, I stubbed my pinky toe on the TV. But what of it? Why is this so important to you? So the noise went down, but hasn't completely disappeared yet. Which means he's still hiding something. Okay, then let's try this tactic instead. Window, why was the TV moved there? Shisho must have moved it so he could watch my routine. But what a place to put it, right in the middle of the doorway like that. I didn't want to bump into it again, so I put it back where it belonged. Performances on stage can be viewed in the dressing room using the TV. That's right! It's a closed-circuit monitor that shows the stage. I see. Now what? I can't find anything else out of place. And I still haven't gotten the noise level down to 0 yet. Simon, I'm still getting noise here, but I don't see anything else fishy. This is precisely why amateurs are such a bother. Sorry. I'm in no mood to play nursemaid here. But if that's what it takes to save the show shop. Hoi, Window. Here's a curiosity for you. The table, Master Tornado, is slumped over. Looks like it has been moved. Did you happen to bump it while you were moving the TV back? Oh, my... Yes, that's right. The TV hit the table, and Shisho's body jolted with a moved with a jolt. That's when I realized that Shisho was dead. Oh, but how scared I was. I see. Thank you. I'm finally getting a more precise picture of how the body was discovered. But I'd wager you need to put the spurs on to your window just a trifle longer. Right. I can't keep asking Simon to bail me out like this. It's time for me to regain my footing and really stand on my own. Window, what you said just now about discovering your master's death, could you please describe all of that again for the court in detail? All right. But before you do, let me plug in the latest information. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. I tried to enter the dressing room, but stubbed my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back to its normal spot, I realized Shisho was dead. Seeing him slumped over that cluttered table, oh Shisho. Why is your surprise so much larger than your sadness? That's odd. After the initial shock of finding the victim dead, you reacted with surprise again. What was it that surprised you, Window, besides your master's death? What do you mean? What's more, you were even more surprised the second time than the first. What could have surprised you more than finding your late master? Search me! You little thingy must have made a mistake.
Silence!
The girl is as sharp as a trout, to be sure. But her ability to hear people's emotions is absolute. Now, we get to remembering, Window. What was it that surprised you? That was a compliment, right? Well, No, we've pushed him too hard. Now he's mentally all over the place. His emotions are completely out of control. Out of control? Can you explain how that's irrelevant? You know how normally I listen for the hidden emotions in a witness's voice, right? From there, I look for inconsistencies between their testimony and their emotions. But sometimes a person's feelings can run too high, making it hard to get proper readings. So that's how your Matrix program works. Fascinating. Ordinarily, it's just one emotion that runs out of control, but it seems there's nothing ordinary about it this time. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. I tried to enter the dressing room, but I stubbed my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back to normal spot, I realized that Shisho was dead. Seeing him slumped over that cluttered table, oh Shisho. I knew it. What's got your knickers in all in a bunch now? Window has multiple emotions running out of control at the same time. I've never seen anything like this, ever. So how does one bring a situation like this back under control? I'll have to find the root cause of this tangled mess before I can treat him. If I can identify what is causing this emotional rampage, then I can probe to drive it further. I'll need to point to what I think is the root cause and hit probe again. Though through this process I can identify what's causing Windows so much distress. And that will help bring his emotions back under control. In that case, let's get started, shall we? Alright, I can't guarantee success, but it's definitely worth a shot. Time to look for the root cause of Windows' rampaging emotions. Well, let's give it a try what triggered him in the first place. I get it now. The cards were the root of it all. Don't try to deny it. You can't hide your feelings from me. The dying message that was left at the scene of the crime is what was causing your distress. And if the dying message was the cause of those feelings, then that means the phrase Owen Forth must mean something to you. There! Noise level 0, finally! The dying message consists of 2 words, Owen and Forth. But neither of those 2 words have anything to do with this witness. This topic warrants no further argument. Sure, there may be not seem to be any direct connection between Wendo and the message, for now. But why don't we wait and decide that after what's necessary after you hear my theory? I trust you've hit upon something, Athena. Yep, if my theory is right, we can finally solve the case of Wendo and the mysterious Owen Forth. Well, go on then. I can already tell this promise will be interesting. Now, please share your theory with the court, Miss Psychos. There was something puzzling to me about Wendo's out-of-control emotions just now. Namely, that there were 3 distinct reactions present. I had never seen that before, and I wondered how it could be possible. Is there a conclusion to this meandering musing of yours? Hold your horses, I'm getting there. So, could a person flip between 3 distinct emotions of such intensity like a switch? In the end, I concluded that it just wasn't possible. So that's it, isn't it? A bit unconversational, but I'll grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Unconventional. Within the realm of psychology. I'm afraid you'll have to explain it for the old man up here on the bench. Your Honor, my theory is that Wendo has multiple personalities. With so many distinctive personas, it's clear to me that Wendo has dissociative identity disorder. What does that mean? Your Honor, the defense would treat this trial like a child's jest. Multiple personality disorder. A preposterous proposition indeed. Satmari! Come now, I'm sure you've heard of it. I do not agree, witness. How did she know? How did she figure it out? Kunga! I can't believe it. I did it! I did it, Simon! I read papers on it before, but I had to think I'd see a case of it for myself. Blimey. Rakugo artists tell stories as different characters, but as different personalities. Hey you, lawyer girl. You got a problem with us, huh? No. No problem at all. This is all very hard to believe, but now that we've established that the witness has multiple personalities, could each of them please introduce themselves to the court? Uendo Tornado. I'm a Rakugo storyteller, as you know. Hello everybody! I'm Patches, the friendly jester here! Kisegawa. Courtesan. And is that all of you? Yes. That is all of us. So, there are 3 personalities in total, Window, Patches, and Kisegawa, huh? Well, Simon, what do you think now? That's your one lucky duck. Just be glad they were dense enough to help you out. Ugh. Can't you just straight up say I did great for a change? You appear to be quite proud of your self-defense. But all you did have done is infringe upon the privacy of the witness. I couldn't disagree more, prosecutor. Now that we know that there are 3 personalities, a new way for us to interpret the meaning of a certain piece of evidence has arisen. A new interpretation? Oh! Now I'm very curious. What is this piece of evidence you're talking about, Miss Lycos? Knowing what we know about Wendo and his personalities, this now makes perfect sense. Really? But why?
Take that!
The Karuta cards. That's right, Your Honor. Recall the original dying message left at the scene. We didn't have a clue as to what Owen Forth could possibly mean. But now, with this new information that Uendo had his personalities, isn't it possible that Owen Forth actually means a secret 4th personality of Wendo's, a personality named Owen? What? Kunka. Uendo must have kept his dissociative identity disorder from us because he didn't want to be associated with any way with the dying message. No, that's not why. We kept our disorder a secret for a different reason altogether. We have been taking advantage of our affliction to act out various Rakugo characters. If word got out well, our reputation as a Rakugo artist would be tarnished, as would the Tornado name. That's why we kept it a secret from everyone except members of the Tornado School. But really, there is no 4th personality. It's just the 3 of us in here. A plausible enough sounding story. But it doesn't prove you didn't rearrange the cards, does it? But I will concede that it is highly likely that the witness rearranged the cards. Is Prosecutor Sadamari actually agreeing with us? However, is it not also possible that the accused killed Master Tornado? And then left that message in order to frame the witness? And upon noticing the cards, when he found the victim's body, Uendo rearranged them.
Silence!
A fantastic tale, but a tale nonetheless. No one outside the Tornado School knew about Wendo's multiple personalities. Uendo just finished saying so himself. Ah, that is true, but ultimately meaningless now. The witness was only in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes. That's far too little time to commit murder, wouldn't you say?
Gotcha.
Then who's to say he couldn't have done it before his discovery? Ah, that spring trick memory of yours. Have you already forgotten Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony? Simon's testimony? Oh. Gerda escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard sounds of rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. That's right. Until just a few moments ago, before Uendo entered the dressing room, Taifu Tornado was confirmed to still be alive. I think what they heard was not Tornado himself, but was instead the TV. Not only that, but Uendo was on stage until just before he discovered the body. A bulletproof alibi that I have already confirmed with several audience members. Oh no. I also heard that his rakugo performance that day was a steaming pile of... well, you get the picture. Yes, I'm afraid so. Really sunk off the stage, I did. And yet, I have a perfect alibi. Indeed. Why not land the coup de grace on the defense by describing your alibi witness? Okie dokie, Smokey! I was on stage until just moments before I went to the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. But my performance was a huge buzz. Not a single soul laughed. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show. Wendell was on stage before he found the body, so he could not have committed this crime. It is time to let it go, defense, and move on. Well, get this, Prosecutor Sadmadi. The Right Anything Agency never gives up. We fight to the bitter end. Fair. Allow me to say this once. Let it go and move on. And allow me to say once more, I'm never giving up. Let it go and never. This is pointless. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity while you could, you foolish child. Your worthless convictions should only serve to prolong the accused's suffering. If words will not sway you, then perhaps pain will. Oh, no, I hate anything but this. What's the big idea, Prosecutor Sadmadi? That was but a small dose of punishment for your misguided convictions. Are you now a bit more inclined to give up as instructed? As if! In that case, you must require another dose. Hell yeah. Not bloody likely. The greatest thing you've ever done for me, Blackwell. Mwah! I don't give two flips about your beliefs. But if psychos don't know where to submit to you here, I won't be able to eat good sober anymore. That's right. For Mr. Wet's future and Prosecutor Blackwell's stomach, I will never give up. You will rue those words, Defense. Of that I can assure you. Okay. I was stayed until the moments before I went to the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. My performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed.
Hold it!
Excuse me for asking, but do you bomb like that on a regular basis? Well, aren't you a regular rude daisy? Do you really think a Rakugo artist who regularly bombs would get promoted? In fact, who I'm known as the Tornado School's whirlundo of laughter, I'll have you know. Is that really true, Simon? Nickname is a bit of a travesty, if you ask me. But his Rakugo is solid and well received, yes. I see. But, well, a whirlwindo of laughter is a big old stink bomb of a name, isn't it? Ooh, what a relief! I thought it was just me. I mean, whirlwindo of laughter is great, funny stuff. I'm glad you like it. With the audience as a witness, Window has a pretty unshakable alibi, doesn't he? You're not giving up, are you? Where's that never say die spirit you displayed earlier? Of course I'm not giving up, Simon. I just know Window has something to do with this case. How will you connect him to the crime when he has an alibi as strong as that? I don't know just yet. But I'm going to press his testimony and keep an eye out for contradictions.
Hold it!
How can we be sure as to... sure it was you who was on that stage? Are you asking whether it could have been some imposter? I guess so. Unlike a big arena, a Rakugo theatre is a cozy little place. It would be hard to fool an audience in such an intimate setting, don't you think? Yeah, I guess you're right. Good. I'm glad we could clear that up, because I guess you could say the entire audience was my witness.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea what went wrong? I'm not sure it was my performance, or if it was just that particular audience. Or maybe it was the story I picked. But every entertainer knows that this kind of thing happens from time to time. I guess that makes sense. Still, I wonder how he could have flopped at his own commemorative show. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. How many audience members were there? How many people were there in the audience when you were on stage? Well, let's see. We drew a full house, so I think there must have been 50, maybe 60 people in the audience. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Exactly! I dropped a big sticky bomb in front of all those people. It was a catastrophe, I tell you. I was wetting buckets from start to finish. That sounds exactly like how Apollo performs in court sometimes. I see, thank you. As for that statement, do you wanna... have it out of now? I wanna ask the other question as well. What did you perform? And could you tell me which Rakugo story you performed? I could, but I'm not sure it would mean anything to the uninitiated. Well, even if I might not get it, can't you at least try me? Alright, if you insist. The story I performed is called Tokisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Time Soba, huh? Maybe Uendo was right. He's only said the name of the routine, and I'm already lost. Ah, so you performed Time Soba, did you? What? You know it, Prosecutor Sadmaru. In the course of my studies last night, I became familiar with a number of stories. I must say, Defense, you would do well to prepare better for your next trial. Simon, what's Time Sober about? Look it up yourself. Allow me to give an overview. The story takes place on a winter's night. A man orders a bowl of soba at a street stall. How you doing, sir? My god, he's just recounting the whole fucking thing. That's hilarious.
Oh, bye-bye, Quimsby. Bye-bye. Have a good sleep. Thank you for coming.
God, he's just recounting the whole thing. Can you get the fuck on with it, please? Wow, prosecutor. The customer talks on like this. Finally, when he is done eating, he goes to pay for his soba. How much do I owe you? That'll be 16 mon, sir. I see. Sorry, but I only have a small change. What the fuck? He's going on! Can you... Huh? I don't get it. What's so funny about that? Don't you see? The customer paid with coins, counting them out one by one. Then, just after counting 8, he asked about the time. And the soba vendor answered with 9. Oh, now I get it. He made the vendor say 9, and then he continued counting from 10. Exactly. He cheated the soba vendor out of 1 mon with his smooth talking. The story continues with another man who saw the whole thing and tries to do the same. But he bungles the trick and ends up paying more than 16 mon for his soba. The story ends on that as a punchline. You can look up to the rest of the details yourself. Or I'm sure Prosecutor Sad Monk over there would love to perform it for you, some of them, after court. So basically it's a story about a man cheating on his soap bill. It's kind of petty, isn't it? Is that really all you have to say about this classic story? Time sober is such a well-known staple of Fine, if you studied a lot. But we haven't the time to lecture detour right now, Prosecutor Sad Monk. Aw, I wanted to hear a little more, but I suppose it is off topic. Getting back to the matter of hand, Miss Psychos, the witness stated that the story I performed is Tokisoba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Would you like to add this statement to the testimony? Abso-fucking-lutely, that's really important. The other question is, which piece of evidence do I pick out from this? Uendo, isn't there something odd about the routine you perform? Odd? No, I don't think there's anything odd about it. But that's exactly what I find odd, the fact that you don't think it's odd.
Objection.
We are discussing the witness's alibi at the moment, Defense. The show's program is completely irrelevant. That's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadmati. The reason being it contradicts the statement the witness just made. Uendo, do you know what this is? No. What is it? This is an invitation to the show sent from Master Tornado to Prosecutor Blackquill. Included is the invitation is a rundown of the show's program, which clearly states that Time Sober was to be performed by Master Tornado himself. No. Window, why did you perform the routine your master was scheduled to do? Well, you see, the reason for that is... How do I say this? You, let's say it was a prank? That's right, it was a little joke, you see. I was trying to surprise Shisho by performing his routine before he did. I don't know if I'm buying that. Was doing the victim's routine really just for laughs, or... Hey, didn't Simon happen to hear Time Sober coming from the dressing room during Wendo's performance on stage? It seems like too much of a coincidence. Wait, can it be... What's the matter? You look like a hen with a dozen eggs to lay. Stop comparing me to birds! And then cease this bird-brained timidity. If something has occurred to you, then lay it out for us already. Don't breed resentment in those watching your performance. Okay. I don't have a ton of confidence in this theory, but here goes. It looks like Wendo's alibi checks out, Your Honor, but even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate a crucial detail about this case. Are you referring to the sober bill the man tried to skimp out on with the witness's story? I'm not talking about the Rakugo story, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry, but then what are you talking about, Miss Lycos? What Uendo may have been trying to deceive us about was the time of the victim's death. Uendo tried to deceive us about the time of the victim's death. What?
Objection.
What gibberish. Prosecutor Blackquill even testified to the time of the victim's death. I know, but he only testified that way because he and Giru had been completely taken in. You mean by the sober bill thing? Would you please forget about the story for a second, Your Honor? I was deceived. Pray tell, how did Wendo manage to deceive two people while he was performing on stage? That's easy. All he had to do was use a certain prop in the dressing room. Oh, and what might that be? The prop Wendo used was a TV. This TV was used to view what was happening on the stage. Prosecutor Blackquill, when you came to the dressing room, what was Wendo doing? He was performing Time Sober. Blast! How could it be? Yes, it could, and it was. What you and Giro heard was not Master Tornado practicing his routine. It was Wendo's performance as heard through this TV monitor's speakers. What? With the TV just inside the inner door of the dressing room, it could easily be heard from the hallway outside. And because we knew that Master Tornado was scheduled to perform Time Sober, we were easily manipulated into thinking he was still alive at the time of rehearsing. Yes, your knowledge of the day's program is why the two of you could have been fooled this way. Simon, did the voice you hear belong to Mr. Tornado? With the doors in the way, I couldn't tell exactly who the voice belonged to. But because I heard Time Sober, I just assumed it was Master Tornado. can't believe I was taken in by such a simple mind game.
Objection.
Of all of that is mere conjecture. Where is your proof, defense?
Objection!
Window moved the TV back when he discovered the body. After all, he couldn't very well leave it by the door. Because then someone might figure out the trick he'd been playing. And there's one more thing about Window's actions that's suspicious. And what is that? The fact that he flopped so badly on such an important occasion. What's so suspicious about that? Even pros slip up once in a while, you know. But I believe that this time it was intentional. Because Window knew it'd be strange to hear laughter coming from the dressing room. Oh my. Yipes. It's all just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. Plus, if the voice prosecutor Blackwell and Geru heard was due to Window's scheming, then the victim's time of death could have been earlier than 2 p.m. In other words, Window could have killed Master Tornado himself. We've caught you by the stones now, Window. You'd better confess everything. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? We demand an explanation. Window? I confess. I tampered with the crime scene. Is the defense's claim that Window Tornado was the true murderer in this case? If he tampered with the crime scene, then we have at least to consider him a suspect. Now wait just 1 minute. Yes, I admit to messing with the dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisho. Then why did you tamper with the crime scene? I refuse to answer that question. What? If you suspect this witness, then I have to question a question for you. What could it be this time? Window had absolutely no reason to murder Typhoon Tornado. After all, why would Window kill the man who recognized his skill and promoted him? Oh, well, his motive was, I can't think of a single thing. It appears you are also not aware of one other fact. And what is it? That the accused visited his dressing room before 4 p.m. as well. It is not natural, then, to suppose that the accused killed the victim at that time. What? Nobody told me Mr. Wet had gone there before 4 p.m. We were only discussing the time frame after 4 p.m., so I didn't think to mention it. But now that you have made the time period before 4 p.m. relevant... oh, I don't like where this is going. So, you really do not know what your client was doing during the time frame, do you? Well, it was very sudden, and... Why do you wait until the very last second to contact me, Simon? Give me that look. And just so you know, Bucky never told me he visited the master before 4 p.m. either. This sort of thing is exactly why that prosecutor keeps calling us unprepared. The defense will stop squabbling this instant. Sorry, Your Honor. Prosecutor Sadmati, please continue. Thank you, Your Honor. Defense. You know the soba-making implements in the dressing room, correct? Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles? You speak of the large bowl that is used to mix buckwheat flour and water, the long rolling pin, and the special knife that is used to cut the dough into noodles. Precisely. These tools all came from the accused soba shop. You mean they didn't belong to Master Tornado? Mr. Wirt had visited the dressing room to give the victim a soba-making lesson. And that visit was before 4 p.m. I'm afraid that after the accused kneaded the dough and made those noodles. He committed the act of murder. But wait, that doesn't add up. If Mr. Wet killed the victim before 4 p.m., why would he return to the room at a later time? Wet soba, your kit and caboodle when it comes to noodles. Oh my. Hiya, Miss Chickadee. Hiya, Simey. The reason I went back is because Master Tornado ordered uncooked noodles. Mr. Wet? Yesterday, I brought noodle making tools to the dressing room at around 2 p.m. Dash when Master Tornado ordered uncooked noodles that stocked up on. Uncooked noodles to stock up on? Yes, ma'am. Master Tornado kept a supply of noodles from my shop in his fridge. He only had one serving left, so I went back to my shop to get some more. One serving of noodles in the fridge, but I thought the fridge was practically empty. Anyway, the whereabouts of the missing noodles isn't all that important now. You ran into me and Getter when you came back to deliver the uncooked soba, correct? That's right, Simey. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles. And you know what? He ignored me when I called him from in the doorway. He just kept mumbling Rakugo lines for ages, so I got mad and went back to my soba shop. Ah, so that's why you got mad. If what he's saying is true, then there's no way he could be the murderer. I swear I'm telling the truth, Miss Chicken. Bailiff, quick, get that man to the infirmary. Well, I dare say he's quite the handful. Your Honour, please accept the statements of Mr. Wet made just now as into evidence. I believe the accused's statements about going to the room around 2 p.m. is true, for it falls within the victim's estimated time of death. That opens up the possibility that the crime was committed between 2 and 4 p.m. That's some critical information. Yes, Your Honour. But other than that one point, Mr. Wet's statements are dubious and without proof. But they are the words of the defendant himself. Simon, back me up here. He has a point. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept them either. While I understand the defense's feelings on the matter, this court is unable to accept anything without the time, other than the time the defendant made his visit. Now what do I do? I trust you have no further objections, defense. At last, the time has come to send the soul of the victim onward to the Twilight Realm.
Silence!
What are you yammering about, Prosecutor Sad Monk? We still have something we need to question Window about. We do? Like what? Well, don't just stand... Well, don't just stand there. But we don't have any evidence left to present. Have you forgotten already? Isn't there still a hidden witness we have yet to question? A hidden witness? Oh, that's right. Your Honor, there's still one more issue we haven't finished discussing yet. Oh, and what is this bit of unfinished business? We haven't finished discussing this issue related to Window. Owen. We still have to discuss the possibility of the false personality, the one named Owen. Are you suggesting that this false personality of Windows might be the true culprit? Jeez, not this again. I told you we don't know anything about this Owen. Look, Window, I know you don't have any motive to kill your master, but this Owen may have one for all we know. Come clean now, Window. You've got another personality stashed away, haven't you? Please tell us everything you know about Owen. That's enough. The witness has already stated that he knows not of any Owen character. Bravo! You tell him, Mr. Prosecutor! Hey, Patches. If you claim you don't know Owen when you really do, that's tantamount to perjury. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent, however, well, that's a different story. Do not listen to the depraved prosecutor, witness. You will be tainted by his evil. Do you have any idea how dark and cold a prison cell is? I excuse my right to remain silent. What's this now? Changing horses in midstream, are we? Shut up! We will remain silent and that's it. Patches, you fool! You stay out of this. Patches is not the brightest bulb in the box you call the noggin, is he? The fact that he switched from I don't know any Owen to I remain silent is proof that he does know about Owen. There it is again. Simon's formidable psychological manipulation tactic. I'm sure glad he's on my side today. You dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor. You were leading the court witness. Witness, there is no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's questioning. Your Honor, Wendo was definitely hiding something. Please allow me to question this witness about the existence of Owen. I suppose only this witness can confirm or deny the existence of Owen for us. Very well, I will allow the defense to proceed. Kunka. I never met any personality named Owen. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic. We're always aware, so we definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. How dare you treat me like a criminal based on mere conjecture? Well, how am I supposed to deal with the testimony of 3 personalities? Unless you can prove the existence of Owen here, it's all over. You better screw your courage to the sticking place and attack their testimony head on. Alright, I will. Just stop piling the pressure on me. I have to draw out some info. Anything to drag Owen out into the open.
Oh, stretch. Okay.
This is going a lot longer than I thought it was. Would. Ugh.
Hold it!
Met, huh? Is that how you experience each other? Like people meeting on the street? Well, it's more like all three of us are always here. And the personality that's most suited to the moment is the one that comes out. So, when you're out window, what are the other two doing? Well, we never know when our time will come, right? So we stand by and listen. So that means all three of you share the same memories. I never really thought about it, but I guess that's right. I see. Thank you. Please continue.
Hold it!
Patches, can I have a word with you, please? Why, hello, you rang. You said at first you didn't know anybody named Owen, and then you exercised your right to remain silent. Were you afraid of committing perjury? Well, you see... I'll take over from here if you don't mind. Listen, I hate to say it, but Patches is about as smart as a sack of rocks. If you grill him with a bunch of faulting words, he's going to want to keep silent. I see. So, looking after loose-tongued Patches is your role, is it, Miss Kisagawa? Well, I don't know about that, but anyway. I do know that Patches always gets flustered, and that's why he decided to remain silent.
Hold it!
But what if, for some reason, you three were unconscious at the time of the incident? If the three of you weren't alert and aware, what would happen? What would happen? I'm not even sure what you mean. I mean, you three share the same memories, right? But if Owen is different, what if he has memories separate from yours? Maybe Owen emerges when the three of you are unaware or unconscious.
Objection.
Instead of speaking as if this fourth personality is a foregone conclusion, I suggest you prove his existence first. Well, we've already seen 3 personalities, a fourth wouldn't be a stretch. You dishonor the victim and his court by jumping to such conclusions without proof. Have you ever heard these old sayings, Prosecutor said, Marty? What happens twice will happen thrice. If I see 1, there will likely be 30 in your home. I'm basing my theory on such premises. Comparing us to cockroaches? Do we bug use that much, girly? But how do you instead intend to prove it? How will you prove that all 3 personalities became unconscious, as you say? Unless you can do that, all of this talk is merely empty speculation. Well, Don't be so timid. If you don't have it, then find it. Look for something that could render window and the others unconscious. Simon's right, I can't back down now. For my client, Mr. Wet, I have to... Wait, Mr. Wet? Let me rest. Maybe if I were a lump of regular dough for done noodles. I'm fresh, like my soba, and you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, boil the noodles fresh. He's blacked out. Mr. Wet? Falling unconscious. Wait a minute, I think I've got it. Miss Psychos, do you have proof to back up your theory? Yes, Your Honor, I do. The proof is right here in this crime photo. It is? In that case, please point out what supports your theory. This is what might likely cause Wendo to lose consciousness.
Alcohol?
Take that!
This is probably what made Wendo lose consciousness. Ah yes, the sake. And isn't it just like Master Tornado to pick a fine brand like Camel? Sake? Oh, you mean rice wine? Oh, please. Don't call it rice wine. That's so unsophisticated. And it's not even wine. Silly girl. I must agree. You need to become more cultured, Athena. Tomato. It's made of rice and people get drunk from drinking it, right? It's called sake. End of story. Fine! Sake it is then! Ay caramba! Everybody's so touchy about these things. I recall Master Tornado would often have a drink or two before performing. He said it made him more eloquent. Drinking too much of that stuff can make one lose consciousness, though, of course. And look! There are 2 glasses on the table. Wendo, I believe your master offered you rice wine. I mean, sake. And then you must have drank too much and passed out. That's when your fourth personality, Owen, emerged. I drank sake. Oh, that's a good one. We don't have a real sweet tooth, you see. So, yes, we did accept a sugary red bean bun. But since we really dislike sake, we said no thank you to that one. Believe it or not, we're real weak when it comes to booze. Even a tiny drop can knock us right out. So you see, I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. What? But that can't be right. The defense demands that the glasses be examined right away. You amateur. Did you really think I had not done so already? Your foolishness is beyond the pale. Don't tell me. There were no traces of the witness having touched either of the glasses, naturally. Right, of course. Miss Psychos, would you like the witness's statement added to his testimony? Yes, please, Your Honor.
Well, the bun is the same brand, so it's probably got sake in it, unfortunately.
Objection!
Damn it. Okay, I'll just press you then. Yes, can you just get on with it, please? I want to get back to what I was doing.
Hold it!
So, if you had a tiny sip of sake, you'd conk right out, huh? That's why you didn't touch the glass and Master Tornado offered, correct? Yes, that's right. Then maybe you ate something that had sake in it as an ingredient. I don't recall doing anything like that. He doesn't recall doing it. But that doesn't necessarily mean he didn't. He just might not have known that he did. I better take a good look at the evidence. So he didn't drink sake, huh? Oh boy, now we're in trouble. That kind of answer is exactly why Sad Monk keeps insulting you. Now use your head. There are countless ways Uendo could have gotten sake into his mouth besides drinking it. Well, I don't know about the countless part, but nothing. Give it some thought and you'll figure it out something.
So the witness must have had something that contains sake. Is there something in the court record about that? Well, okay, then I'm not meant to press... Is it not that then? And did I have to press it and then I could present it? Because if so, that's bullshit. Yeah. Because if it's that fucking note, that's bullshit. Because I noticed that they were the same brand, because they both have a camel on them. If it's not the crime photo, then is it the note with the camels on it?
Objection!
Bullshit. I should be able to present the crime photo.
This shows what most likely made Uendo lose consciousness. That note. Are you feeling lightheaded, child? Or perhaps a bit peckish? I'm not hungry, and my head feels just fine, thank you very much. Look at the paper this note is written on. Isn't there something familiar about it? What exactly is your point, defense? This faint design here reminds me that... on the paper reminds me of... Yep, there's a piece of wrapping paper on the box of manju buns and by the victim on the floor. Wendo, you may have not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bean bun, right? Well, yes, that's right. I don't know if you're aware or not, Wendo, but I believe the manju you ate caused you to fall unconscious. The bean bun? But how? Because those buns contained a secret ingredient. A very punchy secret ingredient at that. A punchy secret ingredient? Yes! The design on the wrapping paper matches that of something else in the room. It does? Matches the sake.
Take that!
The camel pattern is the same one for the camel brand sake. So, just as Uendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se. But he did eat some. Impossible. Wendo had a camel brand red bean bun, which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of the main ingredients. So the defense is claiming that Wendo passed out from consuming a camel sweet bun, which allowed a fourth personality named Owen to emerge, is that correct? Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly what I'm claiming. But there's one thing that bothers me. Wouldn't the alcoholic content of the buns evaporate as they are steamed? In order to give them a stronger flavour, some manju are specially made to retain as much of their alcoholic content as possible. What kind of lightweight do you think I am? Even I wouldn't pass out from eating a simple manju. Then how about we test that theory? What do you say, Your Honor? Seeing is believing, as they say. Very well, I will allow a test. Thanks, Your Honor. Simon, go buy us some camel manju on the double. And don't forget to get me one too, okay? Why must I? And while you're at it, Prosecutor Blackwell, you will get one for me as well. I'm not the courthouse stable boy, you know. Just as once, I'll acquires. Taka, I'm counting on you. Thank you, Taka. And all of you had better pay me back. Aw, I thought it would be your treat, Prosecutor Blackwell. What a shame. Now then, I'll let us adjourn until the manju arrive by carrier hawk. The court will reconvene as soon as Taka returns.
Ooh. Oh my god, dude, that first half of the trial cost me 3.5 hours. How long do you reckon the second half of the trial is gonna be, huh? How long do we reckon? Please not super long, because I have places to go and things to do. Okay, it doesn't look like it should be super long unless I do a whole lot of talking in between each cross-examination. A million bajillion. Looks like I can't do a 24-hour stream today. I'm going shopping. I'll give you your 24-hour stream at some point, but not right now, okay? Me, I say. I go shopping with Mama and my dad can't go do it, so I have to. It's only overrated if you want to eat nothing at all. Oh, you guess I can go shopping? Why do I need your permission to do that? Please don't explode me, Pie. I'll be very sad. Now that the sweet buns have arrived, quarters back in session. Go in the window, eat up. Nice flavor. You can really taste the sake. That was delicious. Yes, a unique sweetness in the fatal aroma of sake. Yet, I hardly think that anyone could pass out from eating something like this. I was afraid, Window. You're not afraid of eating tiny manju like this, are you? Or are you scared of how many calories it has? Just don't be ridiculous. A sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly... I mean, it could never... Less bleating, more eating, witness. Fine, whatever. I told you, I don't affect me in such...
He might be a lightweight, but come on. Nobody's that light. Seriously, nobody gets drunk off. Looks like it worked. Oh my! Witness, please tell the court your name and occupation. Ooh. Oh, my name is Owen. I'm 5. You're 5 years old. Am I in trouble? Please don't yell at me. Ooh. So he's Windows 4 personality. I'd hardly think a child like him could have a motive to murder the victim. And even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed the murder? That's a very good point. Owen does appear to be timid and weak. Oh. It seems the defense was hoping this hidden personality would be the real killer. But now that he is standing here before us, it is clear that none of Windows' personalities can be the killer. Where can I even go from here? Shisho. Owen, do you know something about what happened to your master? Come on, buddy. Won't you tell Auntie Athena what happened? The scary lady. I'm not scary. Look at Auntie's big smile. Tell me about your master, please. Pretty please with sugar on top. Okay. She sure was super nice. He always played with me. Just like a real grandpa. I love Shisho. Athena, do you sense anything behind his words? I sense a sadness. Sadness so pure it's heart-rending. But no discord. Prosecutor said Marty is right. Owen isn't the killer. But then, don't you find it odd? Find what odd? Let's review what we've learned so far. Window rearranged the Kurata cards to pin the blame on Bucky. Well, that's because the original message implicated Owen. But Owen is only 5 years old and absolutely adores Master Tornado. Exactly. The other 3 personalities also have no motive for murder. If Owen isn't the true culprit, then the person who first laid the cards probably wouldn't have been Master Tornado. So then, who did it? Defense? Did the appearance of Owen help you figure anything out? Yes, Your Honor. I now know that first laid out who it was that first laid out the Karuta cards. But I thought it was the victim, right? No, Your Honor. I don't believe it was. The person who rearranged the Kurata cards on the table was none other than the true killer. I believe the person who laid the cards out is the very person who killed Typhoon Tornado. how quickly you move on to a new target when your Owen theory proves false. You Pokunen. I'm not used to that word still because it's so close to the other one. I don't know what a Polkunen is, but I know I'm definitely not one. And before you start with the sermons, why don't you hear me out? Yes, let's hear the defense's reasoning. Please proceed, Miss Psychos. But if you're bluffing, I won't go easy on you. I understand, Your Honor. Now then, please recall the original crime scene. Why did the Karuta cards name what the scene... Who did the Karuta cards name when the scene was discovered? Let's see. I believe they implicated the defendant, Bucky Wyatt. That's right. But when we found that the message originally read Owen 4th, which implicated the young boy Owen. Exactly. The person who rearranged the cards was undoubtedly Window. Window may have kept silent, but he can be sure he already knew his master was dead. His tampering with the crime scene using the TV all but proves it. I confess, I tampered with the crime scene. The reason Wendo rearranged the Karuta cards and moved the TV was because he saw the Owen 4th message and was convinced Owen had committed the crime. Right on, Prosecutor Blackwell. It would seem that Owen and the other 3 personalities don't share the same memories. But really, there is no 4th personality. It's just the 3 of us in here. Wendo feared that Owen would kill Master Tornado if he tried to hide Owen from us. Oh. But it turns out Owen is but a 5-year-old child incapable of hurting a fly, let alone his beloved master. So, naturally, the culprit must be somebody else. And this somebody else, the true killer, tried to pin the crime on Owen. I see. That does make sense. This is naught but conjecture, composed of half-truths and fantasy. Who then do you maintain murdered the victim? I believe Owen might know something about that. I refuse to allow such impromptu testimony, and from a 5-year-old no less. Such a young child is incapable of producing anything coherent. But your desperation is disgraceful. You should realize. I saw it. I saw Shisho getting... Owen! You do know something, don't you? Yeah. My, is this true? If so, we must have Owen testify immediately. Don't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati? If it's alright, Owen, go ahead and tell us what you know. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. Ah, you've been doing the bad time simulator still, huh? I thought you didn't want to touch that thing ever again because it was frustrating you so much. But how's it going? You getting any better? this eyewitness testimony from the moment of murder. You're not getting any better, you don't think? Damn, dude. Oh, you were tired of it for just a night. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Owen, can you tell us anything else about what you saw? I was so scared. Yo. So you could beat it in theory, now you just gotta do it in practice. Come on, man. I won't believe it until you do one straight shot of Sans. You'd be better than me, that's for sure. I'm so scared. Owen, his emotions are spiraling out of control. Something must have really frightened him. Is it alright? His emotions are running wild because he's trying to recall something frightening to him. If you want to beat him in the game, then you gotta finish what you started. Then you gotta finish what you started. Okay, as long as I'm present, because I want to be there. Yay! Yay! Oh. Yay! I recommend therapy session right now. I see it. Yes, please do whatever you can to help the poor boy. I am going shopping, okay? Look, well, at least I think I am. I should be. It is my shopping day. Will do, Your Honor. I'd better find the cause of these out-of-control emotions pronto. It's okay, Moopai. You're allowed to interrupt things. I don't mind. I will win the case. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. Poor kid. He's absolutely terrified of something. Yeah, you do get a pass to interrupt, because I like you, Moopai, and I like talking to people. Whatever it is, it must be the root cause of his out-of-control emotions. Oh, fuck! Oh no! We've turned Moopai against me! Ah! I only had one chatter that forced me to talk about Gansh in the middle of everything, and now I've got two. What is the world coming to? I better take careful look at the images. Not all of them! Not all of them. Not all of them do it to me. Why is it the viewer's duty? Oh, can't I have like a wholesome chat, a friendly chat, a chat that wants me to be happy all the time? Huh. Can't you be a little gentler on him? He's just a 5-year-old. Come on, little one. This is what made you sad. Like you could do any better, Simon. What? I won't get to do it, Jimmy. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, you definitely do need some practice. Look, if you want to get onto my skin, you definitely gotta practice. It'll be fine, lads. It'll be fucking fine. Nothing's gonna happen. I'm gonna be a cool guy. And you're all gonna, blame the shoddy answer, not me. Yeah, okay. I'll just get it right next time. Okay. Oof, 11-second delay. That's rough, bro. That's real rough. Yeah. Blood was dripping down onto Shisho's face. Blood? I don't remember seeing any blood at the crime scene photos. Besides, if the victim was standing upright, how could the blood drip down onto his face? As I expected, all we managed to obtain from this trial was a tale he dreamt up. I guess it's a little weird for the blood to drip onto the victim's face when he's standing up. Mupai, I forget everything I say immediately after I say it when I'm playing my game, so... It's, a little hard for me to do that. Unless it dripped down from the ceiling or something? What do you think, Simon? I don't know. Owen's one confused and upset kid right now. So who knows how accurate his memory is. Maybe it's time for that thing instead. Huh? What thing? That thing that you and your cohorts do. What do you call it? Rotate your thinking about? Oh! You mean turn your thinking around? Yes, whatever. It's the same thing, either way. No, it isn't! Who's ever heard of rotating your thinking? Alright, you two come up with a game plan or something. I mean, rotators... Hey, wait a minute. What? You know what, Simon? In this case, I think rotate just might work perfectly after all. Come again. All I have to do is rotate things by 90 degrees. When he saw his master, Owen must have been... Press flat against the wall, lying on the floor doing a handstand. Owen must have been lying on the floor when he witnessed his master's murder. What? That's the conclusion I've arrived at when I rotated my thinking by 90 degrees. Which means that all of the visuals in my matrix were off by 90 degrees. And... being first fight against a wall again, is that a good one? That is a good one. That is a good one. There you go. It's funny how hard you're trying though. Oh, Mupai, 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 Mupai. This means that Master Tornado was also lying on the floor, which solves another mystery. And which mystery is that? The mystery of how blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. It's because it becomes much easier to imagine now how that could have happened if he was lying down. Like someone bleeding onto Master Tornado from somewhere up above him. I remember now. Someone was sitting up on top of Shisho. Zoe, trying to recall his master's bloody killer, is what spooked Owen originally. The blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. The victim was holding a knife, so he likely nicked his attacker as he was fighting back. This means his assailant was injured on their face somewhere, like the forehead, perhaps. Assuming the victim and his attacker were face to face, then yes. I see. So, what is... So that is what happened. But if I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not? No, Mupai exploded and now he's dead and now I'm sad and life can never go on. Oh, Mupai, how could you? That injury of Mr. Wertz is conclusive evidence that he committed this murder. Why? I mean, not really. It depends on what the injury underneath it is. Seems you've dug yourself into a pit you cannot crawl out of. No! Even though I figured out the reason for Owen's out-of-control emotions, all I did was raise further suspicion against my own client. What do I do now? What's the matter? You aren't thinking of throwing in the towel, are you? But it looks bad for Bucky. I mean, he had motive and opportunity. Plus, he has an injury on his forehead. Your Honor, I sense the defense is finally ready to let go and move on. Well, Miss Lycus, I understand that you don't want to give up on your client, but I won't allow you to prolong this trial without a good reason. I really don't want to back down, but...
Silence.
Athena, are you having doubts about Bucky's innocence? I wouldn't say that, it's just... Do you remember what you said to Bucky earlier this morning? You mean... you believe in me, ma'am? Of course, no matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Were those just empty words? Of course not. It's just that all the cards are stacked against us. Or are you still stuck on that line of thinking? Did you have to do that, sir? Look, I've never had anyone in this game this close to me, okay? You think you could let go and back up a little bit? Just the tiniest bit. Please. Please, just take a step backwards. You don't, if you don't want to let go, can you just step back, please? Just step back, please. 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 I don't know why they felt the need to do this in the middle of the last game. Oh my god! Mupai came back to life. Thank you, Mupai. Thank you, gods above. Giving Mupai life again. Motive, opportunity, and an injury to his forehead. Is that all it takes to make you stop believing in your client? Tell me again, who are you to Bucky? I'm his Miss Chickadee lawyer. Then do your duty and believe in him until the very end. I will. Yeah, Mia being so upset that people forget the advice that she got totally from some guy called Diego Armando and not whoever this Godot fellow is. Totally different people. Definitely different people. There's no question about how they are such different people. Simon's absolutely right. I'm Bucky's lawyer, and he's depending on me. Defense team, please, no fighting in my courtroom. The defense is ready to resume, Your Honor. And we're not even going to talk about the fact that he just grabbed you like that? That no one in this entire franchise has ever done that to anyone except in this very moment? Was that not the least bit weird to you, Athena? We're not going to talk about it, like, at all? Prosecutor Blackwell was just giving me a pep talk, that's all. Thank you, Prosecutor. I didn't do it for your sake. I did it for the future of Wet Sober. Yeah, I got it. The defense would like to now continue with Owen's therapy session. Owen, would that be alright with you? Okay. So somebody was sitting on top of Shisho, bleeding from their head, and smooshing something into Shisho's face? That's funny. What is it? I still hear discord in Owen's voice, but I don't sense any inconsistencies between his statement and his emotions. And there don't seem to be any contradictions in his testimony itself either. So that's it, huh? Did you figure something out? Your ability to sense emotions is making you focus on too much on his feelings, Athena. But there's actually something he's being very vague about in his testimony. If you can clarify what he's feeling uncertain about with some evidence, you should be able to move forward from there.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. So I just need to present some evidence on what Owen is being vague about. Okay. Shisho had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. When he was on the floor and somebody was smooshing something into the face, I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. Evidence to this. True main character in this case is Blackwell, obviously. Obviously. Oh, Blackwell, I'm never gonna see you again after this, am I? What evidence should I present to it? Because I think I know that the killer is suffocated him with a pillow. I think that's what happened. But what do I present to this?
Objection!
No. Okay, do we have to say so much when I get something wrong, please? Oh, Blackwell, you adorable man, you. I need to save. Yeah, don't do that.
Let's put a name to the thing Owen's uncertain of, shall we? By identifying the murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Fortunately for us, I spy the murder weapon right here in the crime scene photo. Unfortunately for you, I spy nothing of the sort. And the police did not spy anything of the sort during their investigation either. Pray tell, what is this murder weapon you say? You see it because you don't see it because it no longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. Oh. So it's not a pillow? What else could you use to suffocate someone with? You could do the cup, I think, if you got a good suction on it. It can't be the bowl because there wasn't anything in it. Why? Is it really more complicated than he was smothered with a pillow? I thought that... Okay, But...
I'm sorry. Move on, stop acting like you know everything. It's worse because I actually know what you sound like, so I can imagine you saying it to my face. But it being food doesn't make sense. Because... it's not something that could, like, get into it. I know you type exactly how you talk because I've listened to you speak. I'll be fucking real with you.
I'll be real with you. If I was playing this by myself, none of you guys here, no access to any walkthrough, I would have never fucking thought of that. Just never. And I would have just had to be like, well, that's the case. I'm dead. I'm done. Nothing I can do now. That's bullshit. The mystery person that Owen saw pressed Soba into the victim's face, thereby suffocating him. I grow wary of your tasteless jokes. How could anyone commit murder with soft, delicate Soba? The noodles would instantly fall apart if they were pressed into someone's face. Yes, I agree. Well, I disagree. There is a way that Soba could have been used to suffocate the victim. What? You will explain your theory at once, Miss Psychus. To kill Master Tornado, the culprit must have smothered him with uncut Soba dough. The culprit must have used the soba before it was cut into noodles. In other words, the murder weapon was raw soba dough. What? Which explains why there wasn't any in the fridge. Order in the court. Yes, soba dough can definitely be used to suffocate someone, couldn't it? Are you alright, Prosecutor Sadmani? I was just letting the soul of the victim know that the accused will finally face justice thanks to the foolish lawyer before him. Huh? What are you talking about? Allow me to summarize your statements. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face with the victim's knife. The weapon he used to suffocate the victim was the dough in the dressing room. He then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the soba dough into noodles. Oh, you smarmy. Afterwards, the accused put the victim's face into a bowl of soba noodles and broth to wash off the blood that had dripped onto the victim's face from his own. And there you have it, the true sequence of events behind this foul affair. Now, wait just a minute. I never said that Mr. Wet was the culprit. But who but the accused knows how to cut dough into noodles of defense? It's really not that hard, though. That's a very good point, Prosecutor Sadmani. I heard that cutting soba dough into uniform noodles requires considerable training. But then, what about the dying message? How do you explain that? The defendant wouldn't have known about Window's Owen personality. Perhaps the victim was simply playing with the cards, and they hold no other meaning. Perhaps he spelled out Owen's name in jest, sometime before his murder. That's true. From Owen's testimony, it's clear that Master Tornado cared for the boy. But it appears we've arrived at a compelling conclusion. Taken together, all of these points paint a convincing picture of the defendant's guilt. Owen, is there anything else you can tell us? It doesn't matter how small of a detail, anything will do. Oh, you're scaring me. Oh, I'm sorry, Owen. Auntie Athena didn't mean to raise her voice. I have to be gentler with him. I can't forget he's only 5 years old. No need to be scared, okay, sweetie? Just tell me anything you can remember. Well, when I woke up, the person who killed Shincho was standing over me, bleeding from their forehead. Owen, you saw the killer's face. Oops, I did again. So, who was it, Owen? Do you remember? I don't know who it was. Picking up some noise. That means there's still something to uncover in Owen's testimony. I don't know what Owen saw, but suffice to say that we are analysing the dreams of a child. We've wasted enough of our time, defense. Let it go and move on. No, there's still discord in Owen's heart that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I can't give her in here. Owen, do you think you can continue your testimony for us? Okay. I'll enter the new info and run an update then. Shiso had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. He was on the floor and somebody was swishing dough into his face. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. And when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me. That happiness is weird. When I saw the real killer's face, this is an ultra-critical eyewitness testimony, and he must have been so scared. Wait a minute, what's that one emotion doing there? Don't you worry, I saw it, Asina. Despite witnessing the culprit's terrible crime firsthand, Owen experienced a positive emotion, one of relief. The person the witness saw was no stranger. Rather, it was the accused. Therefore, it is only natural that he felt some level of relief when he saw a familiar face. Defense, end this madness and sully your soul one no more. Owen, who did you see? That nice smell. I love that smell of that perfume. It was the smell of. You can do it. Try to remember, Owen. Oh, the smell of. Oh. Owen. Seems Owen is now resting in the infirmary. They certainly have their hands full today, don't they? Let's continue with the trial. Despite Owen's testimony, it is the opinion of this humble servant of the Holy Mother that the child's words are insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion. But what about the scent of perfume Owen mentioned? I believe it's a clue as that will lead us to the true culprit. But there are thousands of perfumes in the world. It could be the scent of the hair product the accused uses. He does have one amazing hairstyle, so that's certainly possible.
Why is the culprit Larry? Because Larry is a guy. Okay. I don't know.
But I do know who the killer is. Not because I know anything about this case, but because, as I mentioned when we first saw them, I have seen them before on the internet as the only character in this entire game that anyone talks about. The witness is a 5-year-old boy. He cannot tell the difference between conventional perfumes and hair products. Ugh. Why couldn't you have gone for a crew cut or something, Bucky? What's more, the only person who can cut soba noodles with such precision is the accused and no other. Man, how am I supposed to argue with that? And so, the person Owen saw at the scene of the crime can only be the accused, Bucky Wet. What the... Hey! I never used hair products or anything with a smell. If I washed something that the smells get into the soba. Boom, check it. Thanks for the soba, mate. Mr. Wet, aren't you supposed to be resting in the infirmary? Whatever. You'd think I'd let my soba stink of perfume? I believe we have no choice but to try it, strictly for examination purposes, of course. Now then, let us dig in, shall we? You guys have been eating a lot in court today. I'm sure you're having a great time. That was delightful. Well, I'm satisfied that there are no traces of hair products or perfume in Mr. Wet's soba. First, sweet bean buns, and now savory soba. What a delectable trial this has been. This texture is different from the soba I had the other day. It reminds me of a dish we have in Korea called Banu Poon. Okay. What you think, Miss Chickadee? My soba's pretty good, isn't it? It's delicious. Don't you think so, Simon? It still pales in comparison to his late father's cuisine. Shimey, why you always gotta be so hard on me? Bailiff, get the defendant back to the infirmary at once. Rest! Yeah, I ain't no lump of pain or weedy. Weedy noodles, I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's about the 3 freshes of soba. Grind the fresh seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, boil the noodles fresh. Good grief, what a defendant. At least Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume smell. Wait, smelly perfume? Looks like he remembered something. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of a certain somebody. Oh, and who might that be? There's only one person that comes to mind. Reminds me of Geru. Geru Tornado. Yeah, she did smell very nice, didn't she? Just a moment, defense. You would throw suspicion on Geru now because of scent. Your Honor, there is no need to go along with these ever-changing claims of the defense. I suppose the claims have been awfully inconsistent. But Geru could have been at the crime scene. Yes, but... You'll get to see those balloons of hers if we call her back to the witness stand. How vulgar. His Honor is not interested in such things. Setting the matter of her balloons aside entirely, I do believe it's appropriate to ask Geru some questions given the circumstances. This has nothing to do with her balloons, of course. Thank you, Your Honor. Polkunka. Thank you for calling this disciple of Tornado School of Rakugo back to Encore. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Geru Tornado. 1, 2, balloon. What wonderful balloon artistry. Your Honor, please. Now then, what would you like me to make for you this time? Actually, I called you back for more testimony. But I'm all talked out. This case has left me completely deflated. What? You didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon? It seems the person who murdered Master Tornado was wearing perfume. And you were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. Wait, you mean I'm a suspect now? Geru, you knew about Owen, right? Well, yes. I often play with him at Shisho's request. So that means you could have left that fake dying message, right? What? Just because I wear perfume and know Owen? But you'd think I'm a murderer. But, oh, how could you? The witness is absolutely right. There's no evidence but the distorted memories of a small child. It is outrageous of the defense to accuse this woman. That's right. You don't even have any proof. You may step down from the stand, Geru. The defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime. Wait just one moment. I may not have proof, but Owen's testimony is still... Enough. Please feel free to leave, Gelu. But I'm so close. There must be something I can do. Well, if the prosecutor says it's okay, then I guess I'll be going now.
Silence.
Boy, Gelu. You're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So what are you doing, leaving halfway through? Eek! There's a bandage on Gelu's forehead. And since we know that Master Tornado's killer had a cut on their face somewhere... Impossible. How did you know, Simon? I didn't. But I had to take a chance and see for myself. Otherwise, your theory would remain a groundless accusation. Your Honor, Prosecutor Marty. The scent of perfume and the injury on the forehead, these things are completely consistent with Owen's testimony. In short, the mysterious individual Owen saw in the dressing room could have been Gelu. Miss Psychos, does this mean you are formally indicting the witness for the murder of Typhoon Tornado? Tornado? Should your accusation prove to be false, I hope you are prepared to pay the full price. Simon, what price is he talking about? I thought that should be obvious. Prosecutor Sadmonk is saying he'll see to it that you never stand in a court of law again. I must say, though, he knows how to make a trial interesting. Just whose side are you on, Simon? Go on, then. Into the deep end with you. You really have but one choice, well, anyway. Well, Miss Psychos, I'm waiting. With regards to the witness, Gelu Tornado, the defense wishes to indict her. There's no reason for me to hold back, not if I really believe in my client. The defense wishes to formally indict Gelu Tornado for the murder of Typhoon Tornado. I have tried to be merciful, but now, not even your pleas will reach the whole mother's ears. You will have plenty of time to regret your decision in the pits of hell. Except I won't need to. The person who murdered the victim was not Mr. Wet. It was Gelu Tornado. That bandage is... It's from a silly slip-up I made while cooking yesterday, that's all. What kind of extreme cooking were you doing that to cut yourself on the forehead? Hi, Kaito! Hi, Kaito. You started your new job? Damn.
Is your new job going well, at least?
Well, what can I say? That's what happened. You also don't have an alibi for the period between 4 p.m. Before 4 p.m., do you, Gelu? But I really didn't know anything was wrong until Shisho was found dead. Going okay? Oh, you're a manager. That's really cool. Well, I do hope work continues to go smoothly for you, mate. If you don't believe me, then with a twisty twist. And there you have it, an adorable little kitty. Now, how could you suspect a cutesy little balloon artist like me? Gelu, we've been meaning to say this for a while now, but could it be that you don't have an eye for balloon art? Don't you think I know that? You didn't have to come out and say it. I'm the daughter of a great rakugo artist. I never wanted to be do stupid balloon art. I was supposed to be a Rakugo storyteller too, just like my late daddy. But Shishu told me to do Balloon instead. I guess the victim thought she had no talent in Rakugo artist either. So you're still gonna suspect a poor little thing like me? Please stop trying to skirt the issue. It all comes down to the scent of the perfume and the cut on your forehead. You and the culprit in Owen's testimony share these two traits. You're dead set on a key using, aren't you? Well, here's what I have for naughty little girls like you, with a twisty, twisty twist. I'ma cut you, witch. Go ahead and make me testify all you want. When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon, mine that goes pop, got it? Oh my. This is yet another hidden personality. Simon, is everyone in the tornado school like this? How should I know? Yeah, I visited the dressing room during the time to make a courtesy call after my act. Shisho and Owen were in there, and they were both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him, you know. The perfume Owen saw must have been left over when I visited. So, Kedu's saying she went into the dressing room but then left right away. Don't take her at her word. Come on, do you really think I would? I'm just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened. Now then, Miss Psychus, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Courtesy call after your performance, huh? Come to think of it, Window mentioned making the same kind of visit. Yeah, a visit to your master before and after your routine. That's just common courtesy with us Rakugo artists and entertainers. So that means you paid the victim a courtesy call before your performance too, right? What did you see at that time? He was having a drink and getting himself into a festive mood. He liked to say that drinking gave him a silver tongue. So he was already drinking by then. Window wasn't there in the dressing room yet at that time. He must have gone in there during my act, because when I went back... Could you describe how they appeared? They both stretched out on the floor, snoozing away. So, sitting the victim up and over the table must have been the culprit's doing. After all, who wouldn't stretch out on the floor if they could take a nap? Plus, that matches up with what Owen said in his testimony. But if he was asleep, how could you tell it was Owen? How did you know it wasn't Window? I've known the guy for ages. One look at his face and I know which one I'm dealing with. I see. Hello, Jesse. Hi, Jesse. Welcome in, Jesse. Oh, where did you find your master's note? I don't know. Can't remember. Did you notice anything else unusual or out of place in the room? Well, there was the sake and the half-eating manju on the table, but I didn't see anything else out of place or whatever in the room, though. Oh, is that a fact? Of course it is. What do you think? And you didn't change anything around while you were in there? I didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling you. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho and didn't touch anything in the room. Your boldness. I request that Geru's last statement be added to her testimony. Simon? What's a statement like that gonna do for us? Just play along and you'll see soon enough. Ugh. I have no problems with adding it to the testimony, but how about you, Miss Lycus? I have no problem with it either, Your Honor. What is Simon thinking? I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room. So I just wanted to confirm, you didn't see anything at all unusual or out of place anywhere around the victim. I already told you nothing! And you didn't touch anything at all in the dressing room? How many times have I got to say it? No, I didn't touch anything. Oh wait, then... Is she saying she didn't see what Wendo immediately saw when he checked the victim's body? Does that mean it wasn't there at that time yet? Oh, hold on, I guess it was something? What is it? The silver-making equipment that was already in the room. That means Bucky must have been there in the dressing room before me doing something. Thanks for that non-help. Well, a new statement has been added, but she's still sticking to her guns. She said she didn't see anything unusual in the dressing room. But that strikes me as a little strange, as it on its own. Really? Why? If Master Tornado really is the one who left that, you'd think Geru would have noticed it. And if Master Tornado wasn't the one who left it, then we must ask who did. You know what I'm getting at, don't you, Athena? I think so. I really appreciate Simon's help, but I've got to come up with the answer myself this time. Geru, you said you didn't notice anything odd or unusual in your master. You also said you didn't touch anything in the dressing room. That's right. What about it? Then I wonder who left that dying message with the Karute cards. What are you going on about? I hadn't been that Bucky. It had to be that Bucky. Sorry, but that's not possible, because only 3 people knew of Wendo's personalities. Wendo, your master, and you. If Bucky had left the Karuta message, he wouldn't have spelled out Owen. He would have spelled out Wendo. What it boils down to is this. As a member of the Tornado School, you, Geru Tornado, are the only one who could have left that dying message. And as the person who left the message, it's clear that you are Master Tornado's killer. Will you ever quit your yapping? You are like wretches clinging to the spider thread of salvation. Allow me to cut that holy thread from the heaven and bring you back down to earth. Damn, didn't need to be thinking about Kirumi Tojo right now. Would you quit butting in whenever things start going my way? Silence, child. Playtime is over. What did you just say? As the witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. But the victim's note was not the only reason she left with such haste. There was another reason that compelled Geru to leave at once. Geru would you please relate said reason to the court? There was a reason why Geru had to leave the dressing room. Well, I didn't want to show you this, but I guess I got no choice. Keep your eyes peeled, because here it comes. Your pants are swollen red. What happened, Geru? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. What? Allergic reactions to buckwheat can vary, though they're usually on the severe side. With Typhoon Tornado making soba noodles in his dressing room. Geru is lucky to still be alive, considering all the soba flour that is swirling in the air. Good thing I left pretty quick. I managed to escape with just a mild reaction. But I touched Shisho when he was being carried away, and look at what it did to my poor hands. There must have been soba broth on his clothes or something. So if I'd inhaled all of that soba flour, I'd have a seizure and it'd been good night Geru. I never could have stayed in the dressing room for very long. A person allergic to buckwheat couldn't be in a room with soba flour in the air, and certainly couldn't use soba dough as a murder weapon either. This isn't good. You knew it would come to this, didn't you? That's why you never mentioned your allergy. As if I would do anything so underhanded. Except you do it. And you have, every single time. I was simply trying to protect the privacy of the witness. I'm sick of all these accusations. Why don't I just testify and get it all out in the open, yeah? If I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Look at this hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. I still can't believe it. Nobody told me she had a soba allergy. Did you know, Simon? Does it look like I knew? Protect the privacy of the witness, my foot. What a dirty trick. Now, what do we do? There's only one thing to do. Put Prosecutor Sadmug to shame with your cross-examination. Oh, please punch him in the face for me, Blackwheel. I know you want to. No matter how small, I'll find an opening and break her testimony down. You're not lying about the soba allergy, are you? Of yours, right? Of course not. I swear on the grave of my father up in heaven. I can even get a doctor's certificate if you want. She seems to be telling the truth. I've had this allergy for as long as I can remember. But I never dreamt in a million years it'd clear me of murder. And you'll come out of this smelling like a delicate buckwheat flour to boot. Well said, Your Honor. So when the air could literally kill me. I'll give you that there was quite a bit of flour scattered about in the dressing room. But you went in to pay your respects to the master regardless, right? Yeah, but like I said, I came right back out. I mean, the someone making tools were right there. You better believe I was careful not to breathe any of it in. Move higher. I'm not sure. Whatever. That can be your private joke, just for you. But you still could have committed this crime if you had held your breath while doing it. Don't be ridiculous. I could have suffocated to death before Shisho did. Yeah, I guess you're right. Jeez, get a grip, will ya? Maybe there's a twist here. Like you're actually allergic to dogs and not so. Are you kidding? Bring my little Jujimu in here. I'll hug and squeeze him like there's no tomorrow. I'm telling you, I have a genuine, honest-to-goodness sober allergy. Defense. The witness clearly has an authentic allergy to buckwheat. Any further deliberation on the matter will be meaningless, pointless, worthless. You heard the man, lawyer girl! All right, fine. I was just starting to think the same thing myself. Doesn't mean I have to like it, though. Aww, kiss for me, bye. I probably got this allergic reaction on my hand because I touched Shisha. I have a question about that, actually. If you're allergic to soba, does that mean you're allergic to the noodle broth, too? Well, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve in the broth, so duh. And touching soba broth can be just as deadly to me. Don't you know anything? What an amateur. I'm sorry. Do I look like a doctor to you? Look. Anything that has soba in it, or anything that has touch soba, is like poison to me. So I just want the cover on my bases, but could the murder have possibly occurred somewhere other than the dressing room? That is out of question. But by even asking, you show your complete disregard for all we have discussed until now. Yes, I have to agree, the defense can't go around suggesting new premises without basis. Unfortunately for you, Shisho didn't take a single step from his dressing room around the time of the murder. Well, that is unfortunate for everyone. Gyaru could not have possibly committed this crime in a room where soba was being made. Finally, the time has come for the last rites of the victim to begin. What would Mr. Wright do at a time like this? Forget! There's only one thing to do! What are you smiling about? Has the pressure overwhelmed you? Nope! It's just the worst of times is when the lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I see. You have no rebuttal, and so the only thing left for you is to smile. Oh! That's where you're wrong. I do have a rebuttal. Turn your thinking around, Athena. Don't try to figure out how Geru, who is allergic to soba, could commit the crime. Figure out how Geru could be in the room and not have an allergic reaction instead. If fresh soba. Grind the buckwheat seeds, cut the dough fresh and boil the noodles fresh. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting, do not disturb. Yeah, that's the note I saw. After reading that, we wouldn't think Shisha was... Who wouldn't think Shisha was napping? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. Mon Dieu! But if that certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what we think it means, if that's the case, it might be able to prove that Geru could have committed the crime. No matter how hard you search your mind, you cannot overturn facts. Yes, well, Miss Psychus, if you have no further objections, I'll hand down my ruling. True, I can't overturn facts, but what if we got our facts about the piece of evidence wrong? What are facts wrong? What are you talking about? Which piece of evidence do you mean, Miss Psychus? Please point it out to this court. It's evidence that proves that Giddo killed her master even with a sober allergy.
Take that!
It's Master Tornado's note. Oh, the note? Preposterous. What possible connection could there be between the witness's allergy and that note? The answer lies in the true meaning of this note. Its true meaning? The note does not mean I am resting, do not disturb, as we had assumed, but rather it actually means this dough is resting, do not disturb it. Wait a minute, Athena. That doesn't make any sense. You're right, it doesn't. After all, Bucky told us many times you don't let sober dough rest. What's all this jibber jabber got to do with anything? This is it, the home stretch. The note and Mr. Wet's words have led me to the conclusion that Master Tornado was making udon. The victim, Typhoon Tornado, was not making buckwheat noodles. He was making ordinary udon noodles instead. Kunka! The layer of the flour in the dressing room wasn't silver flour, but plain old wheat flour for udon. So, actually, it was totally possible for Geru to be in that room and kill her master. What? But if that's true, it changes everything. Your Honor, the defense requests that the flour in the room be tested immediately. But soba noodles were found in the bowl, and Gelu did have a reaction on her hand. How do you explain those things? Well... Even were it udon flour instead of soba, you cannot prove Geru committed the crime. But... Don't lose your nerve now. Keep charging forward, or you'll feel my blade at your back. Enough with the threats already, I got it. Talk about pressure. Alright, Athena. Take a deep breath and go over everything again. I'm going to revisualize the case from start to finish. I have to find conclusive evidence that Geru committed the murder. What was Master Tornado making in his dressing room? I like udon. By my logic, Master Tornado must have been making udon noodles in his dressing room, but something at the crime scene indicates otherwise. What was found in the bowl on the table? Even though the master wasn't making soba, soba noodles were found at the scene. So that means the noodles had to have come from somewhere. Wait a minute. One mysterious serving his soba noodles? That sounds familiar. Where did the soba bowl from the table come from? The master's soba stock. The soba noodles found at the scene were from the master's stock of uncooked noodles. But then, why would the culprit go out of her way to cook that soba and put it in the bowl? To hide the udon dough. Soba was found at the scene, so that means that the culprit must have taken the udon with her to hide it. But why did the culprit take the udon away and hide it? It must have been because she killed him with the udon. That's it! The udon dough was the real weapon used to kill Typhoon Tornado. And the reason why no weapon was found is because Geru got rid of the dough somehow. That's why she was feeding her dog a bunch of dumplings. The real murder weapon was udon dough the victim made. If we can find the dough, that'll prove my theory correct. And undeniably prove Geru's guilt. Even if we could find this dough, what makes you think it would prove that she is the one? Please recall Owen's eyewitness testimony, Prosecutor Sadmade. The injury in Geru's forehead was caused by the victim's knife, and Geru's blood must have dropped down onto the dough after the dough used as the murder weapon. That would make the dough pretty conclusive evidence, wouldn't you agree? But where is this conclusive evidence? Let us hear your theory. Where is the murder weapon? Well, if I can't find the answer to the evidence I have on hand, we lose the trial. Just in case I get it wrong. So, how did Geru get rid of the udon dough? Think, Athena. What do I have that points to suspicious behavior on Geru's part? Now then, Miss Psychess, let's hear your answer. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Nice barking you did there. I assume you have a bite to back it up. Stop distracting me! Especially not right now. That's the subtlest hint you've ever given me, game. That's great. I mean, I didn't need it this time, but I appreciated that. Yeah, Geru was outside feeding her dog a number of dumplings.
Take that!
Geru? Huh? What is it? I'm just an innocent girl. I don't know anything about a murder. Stop that cute act in your balloon hat. Geru got rid of the dough she used to kill Master Tornado in a bold and daring way. She did it right in front of Prosecutor Blackwell's nose by feeding it to her dog. No, I... Of course, now it all makes sense. I was puzzled as to why Geru, who should know her own dog's eating habits, would feed Jujimu more than he could possibly finish. Your Honor, please order an investigation of the yard right now. And what should the police at the theatre be looking for exactly? Jujimu must have buried the leftover dumplings somewhere around his doghouse. Dumplings that Geru made out of udon dough with her blood on it. This is preposterous. I want to thank you, Simon. If you hadn't kept me going, I might have given up along the way. What are you blathering about? You still have work to do. Now, by your hand, finish this wretched case off, Athena. You got it. Geru, do you remember what you said would happen when the truth was finally revealed? Truth revealed? It'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop, got it. Well, now the truth is out, and it looks to me it's your balloon that goes pop. Deserved. Nice work, Sad Marty. I'm a Rakugo artist. I was the one who was supposed to inherit that name. But then she sure... Oh, my balloon's bursting. Daddy, are you mad at me? I've been a bad girl. Ouch. Ow. Popping directly on the skin? Ow! Ooh, that would fucking hurt. Ew. Oh. Are you ready to tell us everything now, Geru? The whole reason I entered the world of Rakugo in the first place was to follow in my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit his stage name. His stage name? You don't mean... Wendo Tornado? I knew I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought that if I did the stupid balloon thing like Shisho wanted, I'd inherit the name someday. But Master Tornado gave the name to his junior disciple. Yeah. That's why I got my revenge on Shisho during the show celebrating the name succession. So that was your entire motive? I doubt anybody else could understand, but inheriting my father's name was everything to me. It was my whole reason for living. Of all the days you could have taken your revenge, why did you choose the day of the show? Because I wanted to pay Wendo back for stealing what was rightfully mine. I wanted to pin the blame on him at the show, where all the Tornado fans were gathered. But then Wendo tried to shift the blame onto Bucky Wet, and now we know the whole story. There's just one more thing I want to know. Did you know Master Tornado was making udon in his dressing room yesterday? No, I didn't. When I saw the soba making tools, I was worried about my allergy. But it was my only chance to get my revenge on the two of them, so I went ahead and did it. So it was a premeditated crime, and in the end, you only went through with it on impulse. Then the allergic reaction on your hand. Is it from touching the soba in the refrigerator with your bare hands? When you were tampering with the crime scene after the master's death? Yeah. By that time, I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy. Geru, how could you do this, you idiot? Geru, I get your desire to inherit your father's name, but what you really should have inherited was from him wasn't his name, but his heart. His heart. Oh, look at them standing here together. Do you have anything to add, Prosecutor Sadmati? Any objections? No, Your Honor. Miss Athena Psychos. Yes. It's the first time he's used my name. I shall be sure to remember your name. Really? Zemi finally recognizes you as a proper adversary. Thanks! That's all I ask, Prosecutor Sadmati. It looks like there are no further objections. Bailiff, please bring the defendant. Ah, good. It seems you made a full recovery. Now then, the court finds the defendant Bucky wet. Yay! Oh, look at Blackwell! Oh, look at him! Oh, oh! This court is adjourned. Congratulations, Bucky! I'm so glad you were found innocent. Thanks for everything, Miss Jiggity. But it still sucks you were accused of a crime you didn't commit. Did Wendo have it out for you or something? I don't think so. Wendo said it was a spur-of-the-moment idea he got when he saw the sober-themed cards. Simon! Where have you been? I stopped at Wendo's questioning. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on a whim. No way. I almost got convicted out of convenience. Well, at least you've been completely cleared of all charges, so buck up, Bucky. On a more important note, what I really want to know is, why didn't Master Tornado let Geru inherit her father's name? What do you mean, on a more important note, Miss Jiggity? Don't you be such a wet blanket, just go with the flow now, come on. You think the master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business? No, that's not it. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Geru to find her own calling in life. To perform whatever she wanted without being bound by her father's name or Rakugo. Making udon was his way of showing his support for her in her own endeavor. So that's why he called you to the theater, huh? To teach him to make udon. A more roundabout way I've never seen. But that's Master Tornado for you. So this entire incident happened because of a misunderstanding. How sad. By the way, Geru wasn't the only person Mr. Master Tornado was trying to cheer on. Even though the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions. What? You're talking about me? Come on, no way. All the old man ever did was criticize my sober. That's not true, Bucky. There must be a way to make Bucky see just how much Master Tornado cared about him. Well, this never came up in the court, so... Take a good look at this, Bucky. Whose name is there on the holder of this title deed? It's still my name. Master Tornado was just up one of his tricks when he said he stole the shop from you. He was trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner in your father's stead. He probably used some tough love on you so the shop wouldn't just go belly up. I see. I never knew. Oh, Master Tornado, I'm so sorry. Keep working hard, Bucky, and pay him back by living up to his expectations. Thanks, Simey, and you too, Miss Chickadee. One day, my soba's gonna be so good it'll knock the old man's socks clean off. After all, I'm the 4th generation over of wet soba and wet noodle number 4. Well, I'd better be getting back to my shop. I gotta get ready for the lunch rush. Hold on. Could I place an order for delivery, Bucky? Yes, Miss Chickadee. Could you deliver a bowl of udon to Geru on behalf of her master? You got it! I'll make sure it's got all the TLC Master Tornado would have packed into it too. Thank you. Well, see you. Be sure to drop by the shop sometime. I will, and I'll bring the whole agency with me. Do us all proud, Bucky. I'll have the best sober in town waiting for you when you come back. Peace out. It's nice to see somebody giving it their all, isn't it? I wonder if I leveled up any thanks to this case. Don't kid yourself. The trial would have been a spectacle and a half had I not been on your side. You don't know that! For a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you're too full of weak points. You need to learn to analyze yourself more objectively. Or you could just teach me your famous mind trick, Simon. No. Why the shutdown? Why to shut somebody down, and why not? Because the more pesky lawyers there are, the harder my job becomes. Oh, I love their dynamic. Oh. So it's in my best interest for you to remain green forever. Hey, what about what's in my best interest, huh? Besides, weren't you the one who had the wool pulled over their eyes by a window? Must you remind me? How could I have known Window would do time sober? Hey, speaking of time sober, I just thought of something funny. Oh goody, can't wait. Okay, here it goes. In time sober, why didn't number 9 get counted? Come on, do you know, Simon? How should I know? Because 789! Thank you. I'll be here all week. That I should have known. Come on, let's go get sober or something and go home. Your treat! I'll treat you 50% of the tab. And don't forget, you still owe me for the manju. Really, Simon? It wouldn't hurt for you to pay me every once in a while, you know? Quit squawking and start walking, Athena. Oh, they're so cute. Oh. Blackquill, I love you. Everything I said about you was wrong, and I love you. Hey, wait for me. I may still have a ways to go as a lawyer, but just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon before me, I'm going to get there someday. And after all, I've inherited their passion for our court and law. To pew the fair, I can do this. Oh, that was so nice. A good palate cleanser before the political shit I have to deal with in the next trial. Don't you guys think so? I thought it was great fun. Oh my gosh. Ugh. I'm all sore and stuff. I need to properly, like, stretch and shit. Ugh, that was good. That was good fun. I enjoyed that. I had a lot of fun doing that. So Friday, I'm hoping to do a long stream with the, next case. I do hope to be able to get it all done Friday, but if that doesn't end up happening, then, we'll just finish it off and start the special, the special episode, on Monday. Friday I am releasing a new Utao cover, and that'll be great. That'll be a lot of fun. You know, releasing a new cover as always because I'm cool. This one has my voice bank in it. It'll use my voice bank, so it'll be extra cool because it's got my voice. Well, it's using 2 of my 12 voice banks, which is a lot, but you know, that's how things go. That's how things go. But thank you everyone for coming, hang out with me. It'll be great. I'm going to raid my Oshi because fuck you guys. I saw he was live today and it was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life because he never streams on the same day I do, so. Hi, Mubai! It's gonna be great. I had fun. Thank you for hanging out with me. Everything's gonna be great. I'm gonna love it. You're gonna love it. I have shoppings to do. Yes, it is goodbye, Mupai, but it's okay because I get to hang out with you all the time whenever I want and whenever you want, and it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Why? Yes. I mean, yeah. I mean, we're not raiding Una, but you can go cheer on Una because Una's cool and we like Una. Una's pretty cool. So I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 o'clock Australian Central Standard Time. and I usually go for like 5 hours, maybe more. So if you enjoyed the stream, I'm so glad you stuck around. Thank you to all my beautiful chatters, my beautiful regulars. I love you all so much. I have so much fun all the time. I still don't know how to end things. I also don't know how to start things, and I still have no raid intro. I also have no raid message, but you know, who cares? Thank you everyone for hanging out with me. I had fun. I hope you had fun. We're gonna do the next case on Friday, and it'll be great. So bye bye.